Yeah, so it's been there a while. It's been all sorts of calamity. When I was going to Chris after I talked to this guy, was about it for the fire department, he said it's just going to be a matter of time. There's going to be one day where a fire hits LA and the wind is the right way and we're not going to be able to stop it. It's just going to burn right through the building. He goes, it's just a matter of time. We all know it. I was like, what the fuck, dude? I go, the whole city is going to see. He goes, when those big fires get going, and stands and places that have a Malibu inside, it goes, I was on Malibu. Well, that was the question. Yeah, that was like about 90%. That actually happened. Well, we were shooting public. Yeah. Yeah, I was the Malibu fire. The Malibu fire happened while we were shooting public. So we actually set up a shoot on the set because we knew that he was going to work, maybe lose his house. So he was like, I said, so we had to look PPO, so we could like, when between hit, we could watch what's going on with the fire. And they're like, and there was all these reports like, oh, Bruce Willis and his family are on top of the house with his water hose. Like, and I go, no, God's right here. The thing is, fires are normal. It's like, it used to be when I was young, grew up in California, and so when I was young, fires would burn through houses constantly. But now there's all those houses, where there never were houses. Because the fire is a natural process. It's kind of increase the land, and it's normal. So when you put all that kindling in there, suddenly you end up with super storms of fire. Yeah. I think it's because of the insanity of the fire. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal, they're lovable, or just having Marshall around to make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And the food is human-grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human-grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds, to their size, their personality, to their health. Every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable to new customers only. Yeah, but it's a cool place to live. I guess not people who develop a Malibu, it's just too nice. Take your chances, roll your dice. Yeah. Well, you roll your dice. Take your chances and roll your dice no matter where you live. Yeah, it's just fucked up when it happens. Like, oh my god, yeah. I drove home once. We were filming Fear Factory. We stopped the set early because the fire was so bad. This was like 2003 or something like that. And driving home took me 55 minutes on the 5 to get home, and the entire time the right side of the highway was on fire for 55 minutes. Everything, like Lord of the Rings style. So 3 different times you got evacuated? Yeah. So when it's like, okay, so you decide what you're going to take with you? The last time was the last time. It was the last big fire in LA. And I came home from the comedy store at like 1 o'clock in the morning. And my wife and I are looking out the window, and the fire is like maybe 500 or 600 yards away. And it's coming over the hill. And we were looking at each other and saying, let's just get the fuck out of here. Yeah, right on. Let's just get out of here now. She grabbed the kids, got a laptop, took some clothes. I didn't even have underwear. But it's just fine. It's just yeah. Yeah, I'm always the I don't think stupid guy, but I'm the guy who for some reason always decides I'm going to stay. And I hear a fire department. There's a fire hydrant across from my driveway. The flood is happening. Yeah, that's me. Like my family went away, and I was like, well, they're going to close it up so we can't get back in. Oh, I'm just going to hang out here until like they know that it's at a certain point there's fire and especially the ridge, and they're kind of watching them. Ran down to the fire department to, hey guys, it's coming. I can see it from my house. And they're like in and out and like not even worried about it. Like, they kind of looked over that. Said, blah, 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 blah. By the way, my Chekhov's friend, he's like, fuck those firemen, man. Fuck them. They get so much like credit for like nothing. They barely do anything. They're all these incredible pension plans. Like, he like hates firemen. That's a great job. It is a great job, but you can't get mad at someone for having a great job. There's a buddy of mine that I still pretty cool with. So pump it into another country and kill someone. So, so you got a real tough job. He's not getting enough credit. That's really tough. Well, that's the way you say it. That's the reality of our world today. Those people don't get enough credit. So the firemen, it is a great tough job. Everybody thinks they're heroes. They're not heroes. They're funny. They're doing their job. The firemen are very comfortable. Fire people are very comfortable with people dying because of that. They just get real. They get blah about murder. It's not murder. It's sanctions by your own country. I have a interesting thing. It's like you give it about pretty decent property taxes. You get there's a little business up there. You get a you don't have to wait 2 hours during election. You just go to the local elementary school. You're in and out in 5 minutes. All right, when it comes to the election day. But also, it's one of those stupid things that you turn on the burner and like leave the room for a while. All right, and when you come back and all of a sudden your kitchen is flaming. Okay. And so, that happens once. And so the alarm goes off and I hit the button. The fire starts now. And then I put it out. I put it out like pretty much immediately. And then maybe 5 minutes later, it could have been 3. 5 minutes later, the fire truck is at my door. So I didn't have time to say, hey, it's okay. It's okay. And so then the next fire truck at my door, and I let them know that guys, I'm really sorry. I left the room with a pot on the stove and whatever, and anyway, and so I'm really sorry. I'm really, really sorry. Having said that, it's nice to see that you find the air. Yeah, sure. They were like, oh, I mean, they were like, yeah, right, yeah, you're fine. Or something. Are you sure you don't want us to come in and just make sure? The problem is sometimes you have to chop through walls to make sure you fire something's inside. Yeah, it's a hard fucking job. It's a hard job. The thing is, most of the time we're just chilling. We get to cook, we work out. I take ice cream down to our guys. I'll go out and buy a bunch of ice cream or some pizzas and take it out just on random days. Well, I think it was funny. Well, it was I'm okay with the fire truck. Well, it was actually funny because it was like one of the things that was exciting was like the local fire department when we worked at Big Archives. Because the local fire department was a customer. And so they rented some movies, but like it was almost out of 5 movies that they would rent 4. Yeah. I mean, they did their careers. Wow. New York license. That's like 84. Yeah. Wow. 5 years. Yeah. But if you're a mom and pop store, you only have so much room. So it's a space, it's literally a space. Within 3 to 4 years, you're bursting out of the space. You're just bursting out. You've got no more room. You got no more room. And now all of a sudden, other than having your face, you're facing out. Now everything is, sideways, spine facing. And you've got to really, and it just never stops. It never stops. Next month you got to get this. Next month you got to get that. Next month you got to get that. You need a Costco size building. Yeah. Well, again, if you have 4 different video stores, if you have a chain, move things around, and it's easier. But when you're a mom and pop, that's just it. Mom and pop store, and you have a bike store. You don't have to keep getting new bikes every month. It's part of the thing. You have to keep getting regardless of your inventory. Yeah. Constantly have to grow your inventory. Every 6 months you get something cool. You don't need to get it every month. And you're defined by you having to do it. And then there was another problem when companies that were massively funded like Blockbuster came onto the scene. They would go in and they would kind of do this sort of gray market purchasing where they buy 50 diehards. And a mom and pop store can't afford to buy 1 or 2 diehards. To satisfy your clientele. You spend the money, like a big, one of our big titles is a early game video with Top Gun. Yeah, Top Gun. Perfect example. So you get like, you'll get, even the mom and pop store, you'll get 12 or 15. Because everyone wants to see it, and at some point it's going to be out. It's going to be checked out. So you've got to satisfy those. Yeah, you'll rent all 15 of those for the next 2 weeks. It's going to be, good, but then now you have to sell them off. For $10 a piece. What's the, if a desire has died. It largely fell on us because we were a smaller store, and we were a Blockbuster just a block away, basically. Not even a block. It's like basically, not a block away. It was on the block. Yeah, in the shopping center that we were in. And you're missing the best of the thing. It's not don't buy it. That's what it is. But then every mom and pop store has to deal with that. What the change your strategy? But what Blockbuster, and they were famous for it. They were famous. And particularly it's okay. We're gonna go into this now. Okay, we're going in Manhattan. What's the biggest video store? What's the most popular local video store in Manhattan? Well, that would be Video Archive. Right up the street. Yeah, they're right across the street from the warehouse. All right, which is one of the big yeah, right before the warehouse, and they still managed to survive across the street from warehouse. And then what does Blockbuster do? They buy the Chase pizza that is in our shopping center. And they moved into the Chase pizza. Because it's like, wow, warehouse, and the Video Archive guys, well, this is obviously the place to be, so they just bought out the Chase pizza. And opened up, and they still took the center. Wow. I'm sure they had the attitude of rushing us out. Oh, of course. And so, consequently, because you can't get free or Top Gun, whatever it is, it's not as many as Blockbuster is getting. You're having to focus on, like, how am I going to convince my clientele to watch something other than Top Gun this weekend? And so, landed on us to basically say, oh, you can't get Top Gun. Well, how about this movie? Well, it's the difference between being a cool coffee place and being Star Wars, or a franchise bar and a cool little Joe's bar, all right, the bartender knows you, right? So it's like, look, if you just absolutely positively need Top Gun that weekend, then go across the street to the warehouse. We have what we have, but we had customers that came in every fucking day, and part of their day or every other day, there's potential we're due, and they were people of the neighborhood, and they came in, and not only did they rent stuff, they dropped stuff off, and then they rented new stuff out, but it's like they came in to talk to us for 20 minutes or 45 minutes, like every other day. And there's no algorithm to tell them what to do. We're the algorithm. You have to know, this guy over on the kind of rom-com type movie, or this guy, he really likes, Vietnamese hooker porn tapes. I got to make sure to find something like that for him. And those kids, they're going to want, some state stuff, so I've got to learn all about the Bones Brigade videos and stuff like that. And so, you just kind of figured out, like, how can I upsell stuff that they haven't heard of? Because invariably, anybody who comes in,
but you're making it sound a little bit more cynical than it was. You are making it sound more like the challenge. You guys like a married couple.
Yeah, totally more like a married couple.
It wasn't that benefit. Tell the whole story, honey. We're just telling the whole story. We were just hanging out, and they're coming and hanging out too.
Yeah, and we would pop a movie on, and like, pop the movie on and be watching scenes, talking about the scenes. Then a customer would come in, or many customers would come in, and we just become part of the conversation. And we would have like, like a chat room in the.
There was about like 15 customers that I talked to 5 hours a week, every week for 5 years.
Yeah.
They come in and would spend at least 40 minutes every other day. And I expected to see them. And I watched what I watched on TV. I saw what I saw in the movies, and then they saw what they saw in the movies. They watched what they watched on TV. We all talked about it. They talked about the videos, and what else we're going to get, and
And if you like that, you're going to like this.
About our lives and everything. Yeah.
So at one point in time, while this is all going on, you guys decide who is going to Well, it was always the case.
Well, we were always thinking. Well, Roger and Roger had another friend that he was the guy that connected me and Roger together. It was a guy named Scott who took his own life.
His father owned another video store that I worked at as well. They quit music coming.
But the thing is, though, that while I was just thinking about making movies, Roger and Scott were like making movies on Super 8.
Yeah.
And they were making little horror films and little zombie movies on Super 8. And they're like
Supernatural thrillers.
And they're showing.
It's kind of a zombie movie. After it.
Okay, maybe after that. But you're making like legit horror films. I'm not thinking about this stuff. And these guys are like Sam Raimi, like Sam Raimi. They're sitting in their backyard and they're working on it for like 3 months. So.
Yeah, and like I was friends with all the punk guys. It's like LA punk, and so they were always in my movies. All the punks were in my movies because they were media literate. They loved movies, so they were easy to pull in, and in the films they were jamming and punks who did something wrong or something. So it must have been cool working at a video store though, because it's essentially like it's like an education. Well, when the time came where we actually wanted to be making movies, where we were talking about making movies, because I can remember when I think it was around the time of Sex, Lies, and Video came from it. She's Gotta Have It.
No, definitely Sex, Lies, and Video.
But I remember you coming to me and saying, the moment is happening.
Yeah.
It's happening. Like a small movie, it is possible to get made. Like it's happening for us, for guys our age.
Yeah, I mean, the one, the Sex, Lies, and Videotape was sort of like the Seattle band that broke. All right. But I was already looking at Blood Simple with my Ian. With my Ian, all right, where that was okay. It's an artistic movie. It's arty. It's funny. It could play the art house. It could play the art house circuit. But there's a genre base to it.
Yeah.
There's a genre base. It's like it's a thriller. It's a film noir kind of thriller done in a certain kind of way, but it's a genre base. Yeah, that's the way you do an art film. You do it, you make it a genre base.
If you keep one foot in
it's entertaining.
Yeah, if you keep one foot in exploitation in some way in genre, if you keep your foundation in genre, then you can do whatever you want. Like my favorite filmmaker is Stanley Kubrick. I love Kubrick movies. Okay, one can pretty much look at all of his films and say each and every one is a genre film. Science fiction movie, horror movie. Even Barry Lyndon as a costume drama at the time.
It's a costume genre. It's a genre.
That was a solid, bankable genre.
The book was definitely a pulpy genre.
Oh yeah, the book was serialized, wasn't it? It was like Thackeray wrote them like an episode. It was like a soap opera.
But that was a very popular book at that time.
Yeah, and so it was all And I knew this making my first film, and I know Quentin, you were talking about it. Well, this was the conversation we were actively having of we have to make sure that we make a movie people want to see, like a genre film. And I was calling them exploitation movies at the time. I don't want to keep one point of exploitation. And then, but at the same time, I'm like, well, I kind of also want to make like, I want to elevate it as much as possible. So when the time came for me to make my first burst of films out, um, it was like I knew it was going to be a bank robbery because I wrote it around the location. We found this while we were scouting for Reservoir Dogs, Lawrence Bender, or maybe you also scouted that location. You found this bank location. And Lawrence called me up and said, hey, I'm calling all the writers I know. I found this bank location. And if you have a script that takes place in a bank, we can get together a couple $100,000 and make a movie there. It's a pretty solid, amazing location. And I said, oh my gosh, Lawrence, this is your lucky day. I happen to have a script that takes place in a bank. And it's quickly built on. Based on the location. And as I was writing it, I was thinking, okay, I know that it's going to be a bank robbery. It's a bank. And so I know it's going to be a bank robbery, and that's my solid bankable genre that I'm going to stick with. But I knew I wanted to do something more with it, and I had just traveled through Europe, and I've been telling Quentin the stories of traveling through Europe. It's called a movie called Roger Takes a Trip, and I still think it's a trip. I think it's a different movie. I don't think it's a.
Well, you kind of think Roger Takes a Trip. That is bank robbery.
I had been in Paris. I bumped into a guy that I knew from Los Angeles who was a French guy, and he was like, "Well, I'll show you Louis of Paris." And I went out with him and his friends, Henri, Jean, Claude, all the characters from the movie. I went out with him and his friends, and we, drove me through Paris. And the next thing I know, he's doing heroin, and it's very with you. No, not with me.
I know we do heroin.
Yeah, it was like negative heroin. Hold my arm. I did hold his arm, and like I had never. Yeah, I had never seen anything like that.
Like he tied his arm off and hold my arm.
No.
He was the tying off.
Yeah, Roger, hold my arm while I shoot up. So
that's like he doesn't quite know that this is all going to happen, but everything else has been a preamble to this.
yeah, something like that happens, and then
Yes, he's a heroin partner.
yeah, and his friends are like, "Oh, bring it to the news." Just yeah, things like that. And I'm like writing these lines down, like this is great shit. And so I came back and I told my like about this whole story about these guys going and driving around to the Champs Elysees. This is where the fags sell themselves. Oh, and now we go into the nightclub down below, and we do more heroin. I'm like, whoa, so the police gonna say it's safer here than you're like you can do heroin anywhere in Paris. And it was like, and I worked at Le Mans. Like all of it was like basically everything in that movie. Was stuff that I'd actually seen. And so when the time came to make it as a bank robbery film, I just, I'm thinking about it. I'm like, well, it's a bank robbery movie, but it's going to be about these guys, and it just became a movie about the guy going someplace and everything that he thought he knew was wrong. Like you think, you haven't seen your friend in a while, you go see him. Okay, it's all about that kind of friendship and misconception. He's downstairs at the bank. Johnny Gunga, the bad guy, is upstairs. Chaos is going on upstairs. He has no idea what's going on upstairs. And so this kind of just became what the movie was about. So I just quickly wrote the script, and then we ended up not even using the location to shoot the movie. Came together later and ended up shooting downtown and stuff. But it was the seed was planted. So the idea was, okay, I'm going to make a French film out of it because I'm like in LA. I'm making a film. What can I do that would be different? Like that would make this more than just a bank robbery movie because of the experience I had just had. I was like, I'm going to make a French film. Okay, I had no business making a French movie. I didn't even really speak French. I just thought it would be kind of cool. I like, cool French girl and like greasy, dirty French guys, French criminals, and I always loved, Alain Delon and the samurai, the way he wears a suit, and the way he carries a gun, and the way he walks around. And I just like, just drilled all of that. And so, like, let's put all that kind of space that's in my brain into the movie. And then movies tend to take on a life of their own. they tend to be like children. It starts off as a concept, as a conception, as an infancy, and then you're raising a young child to become the movie. And along the way, you're really just kind of protecting and trying to allow it to grow into what it's going to grow into without forcing it to become something that it's not. And it's a little bit of a balance. You have to be a good parent, which means you have to give it a little bit of freedom to go into something you don't know what it's going to be. But at the same time, you have to be willing to, be strong with it as well.
So that's a very underappreciated generation.
Yeah, it's a fucking great. I think I'm really good at making underappreciated movies. I built a career with underappreciated movies.
Those are the classics that you would look for.
Yeah,
You look for the movies that were really good that no one knew about.
Dark Day Afternoon's not it, but it gets you killing stuff.
My favorite moment in the movie, well, I like it when the guy gets burned alive. All right, the hamburger thing.
That was, yeah.
But I remember they were trying to talk you to cut out of it, and I'm like, you can't cut that out. I'll take my name off.
Yeah. No, Quentin did that. Actually, Quentin was a great gorilla to have on my side at that time.
But
Why did they tell you to cut that out?
but I do go like, well,
Everyone is afraid. Everyone's afraid. Everyone operates out of fear.
I'm taking my name off.
The only people that don't operate out of fear, I think, is the director and the actor. And those are the ones who, if everything's working right, they're fearless.
It's always executives.
But my favorite scene is the scene where Sean like you on lawn when he walks into the close up.
Oh yeah.
And he's just like, wait a minute. And he's like remembering what he heard, and he realizes.
Okay, so that's a good example of because the movie was shot. The scene was shot. I mean, the movie was shot for very little money. We had no money to make it, so I had to shoot the entire upstairs first and then the downstairs because it's like doing a company movie. But I knew that when writing it, this is sort of a kind of a rule that we had was one, make a genre movie. Two,
explain the scene.
I'm going to.
I said explain the scene. Don't tell me what you're saying in that moment.
The scene was a replacement for another scene that was in the movie that was too expensive. That's the short.
What does that do with what I like?
What I replaced it with was, and I had to fight for it, was a single shot. Because originally he goes downstairs and he sees a bunch of guys coming in through the sewer. So he starts machine gunning people in the sewer. And so it was like a little sewer manhole at the bottom of the bank. I was like, well, let's use that. And so I had this whole thing. And the bond company showed up, and you're behind schedule, and you've got to you got to cut pages. And I couldn't cut anything, and I'm shooting upstairs, downstairs stuff, and so it's like I had to have something because he leaves the scene and then comes back angry. And so I knew I needed to have something, and originally I had this whole scene with the cops are coming in, and he reacts to that. And so I said, well, okay, I just need one shot, and this is all I had time to do for this fucking bond company. And so I set up, which were actually really cool. We were actually interesting. I just set up a single camera. I asked for a kind of a Kubrickian lens, so a nice wide, like maybe a 14mm lens. And I just had John Hughes walk up into a close-up, and I just had him I said, just walk into a close-up and start looking around and just start seeing things coming out of the walls. Well, and is that the shot you're talking about? He does like a little magic trick beforehand, right?
No,
that's not the one you're talking about? No, that's a great shot. That's a great shot.
No, the scene I'm talking about is that's why I wanted you to explain it because I hadn't seen it in a long time. But it was
that's the shot. That's the shot I'm talking about. Look, he's looking into the walls, looking around.
But I thought the whole idea about it is the idea that
I added those lines of dialogue in.
no, but I
did some ADR.
I thought the whole idea is he puts it all together. He realizes there's something going on, but the cops are doing this, or Eric Stoltz is dirty with him. All this, and it all hits him. He's doing something else, and he walks into a close-up, and it all hits him. But no, we, the audience, know what's going on.
Yeah.
And then he's just like,
well, it just shows that sometimes if you can't do what you want to do, what you come up with is better. And this was an example of it rained that day, and I had to use the rain. That's sort of the example.
The first thing for me about what you're talking is like, I don't care how the sausage was made. I want the sausage. I wanted you to talk about the sausage, not the factory.
You don't want to know what's in that sausage.
Yeah,
so I just came up with something that was, he puts it together in his head. But and
No, I mean, I still think that sequence is exhilarating because it all boils down to an actor's face.
well, I had Tom Savini on the set because, and I couldn't afford Tom Savini, but I found his number, and before I shot, I called him up in Pittsburgh. So Tom Savini's a makeup effects artist. He did Dawn of the Dead.
He did all the effects on it.
And not to mention all the great Friday the 13th, all the slasher movies. Like
he's the superstar of practical makeup effects and horror films of that era.
he was in Vietnam and saw some shit. And every time I'm talking to him about stuff, like he's like, "Oh yeah, if you're bleeding from back here, there's only two small veins, and then because when your hip gets knocked out." Like he's seen all this stuff, and so this is his way of processing. But Tom came in, and I couldn't afford him. I called him up on the phone. I was like, "Hey, you think I'm a young filmmaker? I'm your biggest fan. I like the makeup effects, blah blah blah." Okay, he flew himself out. He had no money to pay him. I think they gave him like some tiny amount. He flew himself to LA, flew himself up, worked on the film, and he made that burn makeup on that burn guard in the vault out of Vaseline paint and tissue paper. And I watched it, and it was this unbelievable thing how he made blisters and burn effects. And it was like watching one of the great artists.
Yeah.
Like Tom is incredible. Incredible.
Well, you were asking earlier on about working at a video store. Did you ever think, when did you start thinking about making your own stuff? Well, I was thinking about making my own stuff for a long, long, long time, but these guys were actually doing it. But here's the trick. Well, I thought about it like for a long, long time, and always figured I would do that eventually. I did fall asleep for 2 years. It was because working at that store, I just got caught up in the little life there, and it's interesting because you spend your 20s going to comic clubs and building a career. So I'm still in my 20s there, and well, it's one of those things where it's like, well, this isn't my dream. This isn't what I wanted to do working at a video store for years. I wanted to actually make movies. It's not my dream, what I'm doing. But it's dream adjacent. It's close to my dream. It's close to my dream. I get to watch movies all fucking day. I get to talk about movies all fucking day. I don't have to work at a pizza parlor. I don't have to. I'm not delivering pizzas. I'm not busting ass as a bartender. I'm not busting ass doing menial jobs. I mean, this is the kind of job I do. I'd go to the store if I wasn't paid to go to the store. So it's like, but for a couple of years, it didn't put me to sleep. It did kind of put me to sleep. It put my ambitions to sleep a little bit because I was happy enough.
Yeah.
I was happy enough. And just one of these days, where I didn't have a fire. I didn't have the fire. And when I got the fire, when I eventually got the fire back again, and it was a life-changing thing. It was, we had a buddy of ours named Steve.
Yeah.
And he was one of, we had different living arrangements. And at one point in time, me and Steve were living in the same house, renting in the back, towards the back of the store.
The dude house.
This is where everyone would hang out. And, but now Steven was older than the rest of us. So it was like, he was about like almost 5 years older than us. And he didn't seem like he was a young guy.
Yeah, like 5 years younger mentally. Or emotionally.
Yeah. And, but, so he hits 30, and he starts to change. He started changing, like, drastically. Like, one of the funniest guys I ever knew, and he's just really funny stoner dude, really cool. And all of a sudden, he's, like, angry about stuff. Now he's not quite as funny, and now he's got this issue. And so we're rooming. And there's this one night that he's kind of, like, kind of discussing with his life. And he starts ranting, and he's describing a situation that was very common if you were a kid growing up without a degree or anything in the 80s, especially in California. manager or manager. Maybe they send you to another store. And maybe you work there for 3 years, and that's really great. But then, all of a sudden, the district manager doesn't like you. You run a file of somebody higher up in corporate, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're fired in your own district.
Again, it's management.
Yeah. Okay. And so now you spent 3 years at Licorice Pizza. Now you can get a job at TRW or some places like a real job. Or, well, those are kind of hard to get. You can work at Warehouse Records. It takes tomorrow. You just have 3 years at Licorice Pizza. Same thing with Wild West Clothier, same thing with Miller's Outpost, same thing with any of these kind of stores. Next thing you know, you're 28, and the only jobs you ever had are minimum wage jobs behind a counter that were designed for kids to pay for their gas.
Right.
And you like spent your entire 20s doing that.
But then you start getting bitter.
And you start getting bitter. But he was not just that bitter about the job aspect of it. He knew something true. I'm learning something here. Because he goes, Quentin, you think that we're this really great team, we're this really great crew. Well, we are. I mean, that time in your 20s, we're like your group of friends or your family. And we are. Quentin, at 20, I worked at South Bay Cinema, and I hung out with a bunch of guys just like you. And some girls there, too. There was a bunch of guys just like you. And then I stopped working at South Bay Cinema. Then I worked at Miller's Outpost. I hung out with a bunch of guys just like you. We did everything. It's like we do. We went to movies together. We went out and we dated amongst the girls there. Everything. Yeah. Then I went to Delicious Pizza for 4 years with a bunch of guys just like you. I wasted my life hanging out with a bunch of guys just like you, and they all go away at a certain point. And I realized he's telling the truth. He's showing me a truth about him. This is coming from somewhere. And then all of a sudden, he still hung around us. He still liked us. But then he started making it a point to touch base with some of his high school friends that were still around. So he's not just hanging out with guys 4 years younger or 5 years younger than him. Anyway, I'm turning 25 around. So I'm having my own little, what have I done with my life so far? Fucking nothing. So I'm having my own little anxiety hitting 25, but I've seen what it's like 5 years from now when you turn 30. When you're through 30 and you're in this situation. And there was like one night that I had what I used to call, I would do it every once in a while. I haven't done it in a long time. I would have a closed intestine where I would stay up all night long, and rather than give myself excuses, I would look at everything that I'm fucking up in my life, or everything I'm not doing, whatever, and just not give myself any fucking excuses. I'm just like, nail it. And I would spend like all night laying out everything I'm doing that's wrong, and then I would spend the last 2 hours figuring out how I can change it. And as opposed to just doing it and then going to get some sleep and then you forget about it and fall back into your routine, I decided to change my life. I was like, look, the problem is that I'm living in the South Bay, and even though I drive to Los Angeles, I gotta not worry about this job anymore. I gotta just move to Hollywood. I gotta get involved there. I gotta meet other people that are in the business. And if I have to work manpower jobs, where you just work like 4 days at this place and 4 days at that place, well, then that's fine. And by the way, I shouldn't be making money until I'm making money doing what I want to do. And that was it. All right, but then the next thing I knew, I moved out of the South Bay, and then I couldn't move into Hollywood. I couldn't afford Hollywood, but I could afford Koreatown. That was close enough. And literally the minute I kind of moved out there, I met a guy who wrote low budget horror movies, and then through him, I met other guys that wrote low budget horror movies, and this guy who directs a few low budget horror movies, this guy who produces a couple. And well, you need one person, and that introduces you to 3 other people. Now all of a sudden, I actually knew people who were actually making movies. And the getting like $7,000 for this rewrite on the script over here. $4,000 for this polish over here. Another $10,000 for this rewrite over here. So shit, okay, I make $10,000 a year for all my 20s before that point. So if I can make 15,000 from writing, oh my god, that was the greatest thing in the world.
Wow. But it just takes being around people that are actually doing it so you realize it's possible.
Well, it's realizing it's possible, but it's also a situation where it's like, as opposed to talking to your buddies about comedy in Minnesota, your buddies who like comedy. No, you're at the comedy store and you're dealing with comedians every fucking night, and you're in the place where the shit happens, and you're hearing how the laughs work, but also like. You know what's going on. Oh, Caroline's Comedy Hour is doing the tryouts for this, and Chuckles is doing this thing or that thing. Oh, and there's this sitcom going on. There's the funny neighbor guy.
Yeah. At any moment,
you're plugged in.
Yeah, at any moment, there's a circle of people rising in any industry. Yes, and it's just a matter of finding those people. And those people will all gravitate towards the same things.
Yeah, they have the thing where it's sort of like hey, baby. We have a spot for you that can really, I can't do it. But my friend Joe can do it. We can, how about we give Joe a chance?
Yeah.
Okay, will you back Joe up? Yeah, I'll back Joe up. Okay, we'll just put your friend Joe. Can he be down here at 9? Yeah, he can be down here at 9. Well, let's just get a fucking get it.
This is exactly what we tried to do when we built the mothership here.
Yeah.
What we've done. We decided when we left LA, we need a place where comics have a hub. And when we're all in Austin, we all just moved to Austin for the pandemic. Yeah. And
Joe Rogan has a chickadoo. Chickadoo.
Experience. Join by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
right. So you were saying that someone was telling you to kill someone with coffee. Okay, so I got to know all these. You were talking about some stage comedy, some operators, and I got to know through a friend, through a billionaire friend who loaned his money to Clinton, flight with people out of I think North Korea, and so from that point on, he was surrounded by these guys, and one of them, this guy Mikey, which isn't his real name. I think he's actually they name them all after the archangels. So he's like Michael, Jesus, like they take on these. It's nothing deeper than an assassin with a biblical name. Archangel. Yeah. And well, and so we got to know each other because of our mutual friend. And I think what happened was he and a couple of the guys, they were placed on me as like for surveillance purposes. Find out what this Avery guy's about, or just keep an eye on it, or whatever. And they told me right up front, like, be nice to your surveillance, don't try to lose us or anything like that. I heard stories about how they're surveilling somebody wherever, and suddenly some gang attacks their surveillance. They step in, kick the shit out of the gang. And so I got to know these guys, and naturally, I'm a writer, filmmaker, and so I of course want to talk to them about stuff. And immediately start volunteering. Oh yeah, obviously the rules from Alpha, blah blah blah. Learn how to kill people without, and I was just making a list now of the 10 ways to kill someone without leaving a trace. Just like when I told Clint about this, I'd like to hear those. Everybody wants to hear those. And so one of the ones that I think is the best one is I will inject someone with coffee, just inject coffee into their bloodstream, gives them a heart attack, and it's untraceable. And later on, they do an autopsy and discover caffeine in your system. That's it. That's it. It's just right into the blood, coffee, it's sometimes it's simple.
Like right into the jugular with a program.
Yes. I have to extract a little information you need to get out of it. But he was a chocolate. I don't know. Is it the Turkish kind or is it Folgers? espresso. Yeah, but he was a medic during the war, and he was a medic, and so he was kind of identified as somebody very easily because what will work. Yeah, because you're a medic, and so I would hear some balance, some different or something in the book. Share with my car, and looking at you in your make a determination, a medical determination of is the guy still alive or I'm going to put it in reverse, try to go over again a couple of times. They thought do that all the time. All the time. When Jamie and I was talking, they have a photo of the guy who rocked that insurance CEO. Oh, yeah. They have a photo of the chase now. Oh, they do? Well, I was thinking, when they picked it up later, I think, as this candidate, that's part of the problem with someone. I don't think this guy was a professional. I think this guy, if I had to guess, some guy got fucked over. Apparently that company is really bad on denying 34% denial rate in normal tests. Yeah. I don't think anybody feel like crying too hard over that. It's just saying like that's about it. Yeah. It's a dirty business. Business is fucking gross. It's gross. Especially health insurance. It's fucking gross. Well, actually, all insurance. I live in California, and all of a sudden, because I live adjacent to any kind of open space, like nobody will insure my house for fire. Right. So suddenly it's like I have a house that's uninsurable, and it's not just me; it's everyone. So, chaos. Yeah. I have a friend who's trying to sell a house in California, and it turned out it was $125,000 a year just to get fire insurance. Like what? It's fucking nuts. Yeah, but I was evacuated 3 times when I lived there. I used to live in Bell Canyon, and it was fucking, it was rough. I think that's been really lucky actually. I'm almost afraid to say it, all right? Because I've been living in the houses and hills that I've never, any of the fire stuff happened, never happened around. Yeah, it is just luck. Yeah. I mean, the benefit of your place is you're at least in a helicopter accessible. But they're just going to dump all that fire retardant right on top of you. I literally am kind of at the top of the hill on a bunch of rocks. Yeah. Right. The whole fucking place just turned into an inferno. I'm still fun. And I think that place has probably been there a while. It's withstood all sorts of calamity. Yeah, when I was filming Fear Factor, I talked to this guy who was a fire guy for the fire department. He said, it's just going to be a matter of time. There's going to be one day where a fire hits LA and the wind is the right way and we're not going to be able to stop it. It's just going to burn right through to the ocean. He goes, it's just a matter of time. We all know it. I was like, what the fuck? I go, the whole city? He goes, the whole city. He goes, when those big fires get going, not a damn thing. Like what happened in Malibu a few years back? Like those, I always thought Malibu was rich people. Well, that was like about 93. That actually happened while we were shooting Pulp Fiction. Really? Yeah, well, there was a big Malibu fire. Happened while we were shooting Pulp Fiction. So we actually set up a TV on the set because Bruce Willis was going to maybe lose his house. And so he was like, so we have the little TV area so we could, like, in between takes, we could watch what's going on with the fire. And they're like, and there was all these reports, and Bruce Willis and his family are on top of the house with a water hose. And I go, no, it's not, he's right here. Well, the thing is, fires are normal. Like, it used to be when I was young, I grew up in California, and so when I was young, fires would burn through Malibu constantly. But now they put all those houses where there never were houses, because the fire is a natural process. It kind of burns land, feeds the land, and it's normal, actually. But when you put all that kindling in there, suddenly you end up in these like super stages of fire. I think it's overdevelopment, which is the cause of these insane kind of fires. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal, they're lovable. But just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and Can be. Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds, from their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is, it's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. Yeah, but it's a cool place to live. I'm not going to stop people from developing in Malibu. It's just too nice. Just take your chances, roll your dice. Yeah. Well, but you roll your dice. You take your chances and you roll your dice no matter where you go. Yeah, it's just fucked up when it happens. But, oh my god, yeah. I drove home once. We were filming Fear Factory and stopped the set early because the fire was so bad. This was like 2003 or something like that, 4. And driving home took me 55 minutes on the 5 to get home, and the entire time the right side of the highway was on fire for 55 minutes. Everything like Lord of the Rings style.
The 3 different times you got evacuated from your house. And so when it's like, okay, so you decide what you're going to take with you, kind of.
Yeah. The last time was the last time. It was the last big fire in LA. And I came home from the comic store at like 1 o'clock in the morning. And my wife and I are looking out the window, and the fire is like maybe 500 or 600 yards away, and it's coming over the hill. And we were looking at each other and said, "Let's just get the fuck out of here."
Yeah, right on.
Let's just get out of here now. So we grabbed the kids, got a laptop, took some clothes. I didn't even have underwear. I said, "We'll just buy stuff." We just so if you have your right. Yeah, I'm always I don't want to say the stupid guy, but I'm the guy who, for some reason, always decides I'm going to stay. And like I'm gonna, and
you're that old guy.
I live near a fire department. There's a fire hydrant across from my driveway.
The flood is happening.
Yeah, that's me. Like my family went away, and I was like, well, they're gonna close it up so we can't get back in. I'm just gonna hang out here until I know that it's. At a certain point, there's fire and pressing the rig and kind of watching that. Ran down to the fire department and see. Hey guys, it's coming! I can see it from my house. And they're all there, like, hanging out eating sandwiches, and, like, not even worried about it. They kind of looked over at it. Just did it. You're really blase about fire. By the way, my spec ops friend, fuck those firemen, man. Fuck them. They get so much, like, credit for, like, nothing. They barely do anything. They're on these incredible pension plans. Like, he, like, hates firemen. That's ridiculous. It is a great job, but you can't get mad at someone for having a great job. There's a buddy of mine that I still think cool with. Pump it into another country and kill someone. He's got a real company. He's not getting enough credit. That's really what it comes That's the reality of our world today. Those people don't get enough credit. But firemen, it is a great company. Everybody thinks that they're heroes. They're not heroes. It's funny because they're doing their job. The firemen are very comfortable with fire. These people are very comfortable with people dying. Dying because of that. They just get they get blase about murder. It's not murder. It's things that
I had a interesting thing, it's like, we give it some of these, let's do this thing pretty decent public. You get those, there's a little bit that comes in, you get there's a reason why you don't wait 2 hours during election. You just go to the local It's one of those stupid things that you do that's like, well, maybe where you turn on the burner, like leave the room for a while, and you come back and all of a sudden your kitchen is flaming. And so, that happened to me once. And so the alarm goes off and I hit the button. Like fire, and then I put it out. I put it out like 30 minutes. And then maybe 5 minutes later, 5 minutes later, the fire truck is at my door. So I didn't even have time to say, hey, it's okay now. It's okay. And so there's an entire fire truck at my door, and I left it and I go, God, I'm really sorry. I left the room and with a pot on the stove and whatever. And anyway, and so I'm really sorry it was. I'm really, really sorry it was your time. Having said that, it's nice to see that you guys are here. Yeah, I'm sure they were like, they were like, yeah, you're right, yeah, right, yeah, your time is taking something. Are you sure you don't have to come in and just make sure you're
The problem is sometimes you have to chop the walls to make sure that fire inside. It's a hard fucking job, but it's a hard job though. Most of the time they're just chilling. They get to cook, they work out. I take ice cream to outdoor guys. Like I'll go outside, make some ice cream or some pizzas and things like that. On a random day. Well, I don't do this. Well, it was actually kind of good. One of the things that was attractive was like the local fire department worked at video archives. And this is the local fire department in the company. And they rent different movies, but like they were almost out of 5 movies that they would rent. But they live up to their careers. You guys work together.
Yeah.
No shit. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
Oh, fucking shit.
Yeah, that's like 84. Yeah. Well, I started in history in '84.
You were a customer.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Very unfortunate story on my part.
There's a lot of unfortunate church in the 80s. Everyone's confused. They cut the drugs off in the 70s. No one knows what to do. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, you would never thought back then that industry would completely vanish. You thought Blockbuster Video was going to be around forever.
Well, one of the things that
I didn't think film was going to vanish either.
yeah, exactly.
I didn't think the theater experience was going to vanish either.
One of the things that was go to video stores that no one ever like when they're talking mom and pop, when they're talking old people, like, hey, it's time for your business, you got a nice little nest egg, if you want to invest in a nice little business, you get to work with your neighborhood and be in a nice little store with your family. Video stores, that's a good business. So I don't know anything about it. People help you, help you choose the title. So there's a lot of people that like invested in this stuff, and it seems like a good idea. The reason that it seemed like a possible idea was the idea of like, well, I showed you this video cassette, and you pay for the video cassette, but the minute you rent it past the point that where you pay for the video cassette yourself, then everything is cheap. All that other money that you make from here on in is just all profit once you pay for the actual cassette. Now, of course, you'll have cassettes that don't rent as well, but that's the way it works out. It should work out great. Well, again, that sounds like a pretty good business model. If I spend this money, and then 5 years from now, everything is where 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 it all fell apart is the idea that you always have to get new shit. Because like it's not a bookstore. It's a bookstore need to get new stuff too, but it's not a library. Life doesn't stand still. every month there's new titles coming out, and you have to be competitive, and you have to get the new titles. And so, even if that were the issue, that wouldn't be that big of a deal. But if you're a mom and pop store, you only have so much room.
Yeah.
So
It's a space. It's literally a space. Shelf space.
within 3 to 4 years, you're bursting out of the seams. You're just bursting out. You've got no more room. You've got no more room. And so now all of a sudden, other than having your face facing out, now everything is, sideways, spine facing, and you've got to really, and it just never stops. It never stops. Next month, you got to get this. Next month, you got to get that. And next month, you got to get that.
You need a Costco size.
Yeah, well, again, if you have 4 different video stores, if you have a chain, you can move things around and it's easier. But when you're a mom and pop, that's just it. Mom and pop store and you have a bike store, you don't have to keep getting new bikes every month. You have a pottery store, you have to keep getting new
regardless of your
every
inventory.
single month. Yeah.
Constantly have to grow your inventory.
Every 6 months you get something cool. You don't need to get it every month. And you're defined by you having the new shit.
And then there was another problem when companies that were massively funded, like Blockbuster, came onto the scene. They would go in and they would kind of do this sort of gray market purchasing where they would buy 50 diehards, and the mom and pop store can't afford to buy one or two diehards.
Well,
To satisfy your
clientele. Yeah, the thing is, you spend the money. Like, okay, one of our big titles is an early made video with Top Gun.
Yeah, Top Gun.
So you get you'll get even the mom and pop store. You'll get 12 or 15.
Because everyone wants to see it, and at some point it's going to be out. It's going to be checked out. So you've got to satisfy.
Well, you rent all 15 of those for the next 2 weeks. It's going to be good. But then now you have to sell them off. For $10 a piece. What's the desire has not.
It largely fell on us because we were a smaller store and we had a Blockbuster just a block away.
Not even a block. It was like the same fucking.
Basically,
it's not a block away. It was
on the block.
In the shopping center that they were in. And because when you're missing the most interesting thing is that about both sides. That's what it is. But that's every mom and pop store has to deal with that. Dealing with a franchise. What
It changes your strategy.
But what Blockbuster, and they were famous for doing it. They were famous. And but particularly they were strategic. Okay, we're going to go into this town. Okay, we're going in Manhattan. What's the biggest video store? What's the most popular local video store in Manhattan? Well, that would be Video Archive. They're right up they're right across the street from the warehouse. All right, which is like one of the big. Yeah, right before Blockbuster. Warehouse. Warehouse right. And they still.
What up, pimp? How are you?
How you doing, man?
Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
Good, yeah.
Excellent. We're just chilling.
Just getting ready to go to bed and catch some Z's here soon.
Dude, stay in
What are
the.
you up to?
We're listening to the Joe Rogan Experience. Stay in the Discord as long as you can and fall asleep in here.
You keep cutting in.
I figured that. I might have to
You
restart
keep
my.
cutting in and out.
I understand that. I may have to restart my device. Let me see what's going on. Just one moment.
Oh, yeah.
Just one moment.
Yeah, you're chopping up so much.
Okay. Can you hear me any better now? I don't think you can. Okay. Just one moment. I'm going to restart my device.
Try talking now.
Just one moment. Can you hear me?
Can't hear you.
Just one moment.
Yeah.
Just one moment. Can you hear me any better now?
Oh no!
Yo, how are you, Jake? What's good? Can you hear me?
What's up, Jake? What's up, buddy? How you doing today? Just come and say hello.
All right. Can you hear me, Jake?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I look upside down, at least on my screen. Do you guys see me upside down? Well.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. All right. You guys stay patient. Jake, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
You hear me better?
You're no longer upside down.
Excellent. And you can hear me better?
But that's Quentin Tarantino, right?
We're watching we are watching the Joe Rogan Experience. Just one moment. I'm having microphone difficulties. I don't know why. It was working fine. In answer to your question, yes, it is Quentin Tarantino. I'm having just a few technical issues with my microphone. Apologies, but this should work fine. So here we go.
By the shaky pizza that is
Yeah, it's
in our
Tarantino.
sausage.
We're done.
Our
You can't miss that crazy toe sucker.
And they
There you go.
Yeah. Because it's like, whoa, warehouse and these video archive guys, this is obviously a place to be. So they just bought up shaky pizza and opened up, and they still produce some stuff. I'm sure they have that as well. Oh, of course.
Because they want to be around Rabbi. Why wouldn't they?
Whatever it is, it's not as many as Blockbuster is getting. You end up having to focus on, like, how am I going to convince my clientele to watch something other than Top Gun this weekend? And so it's, well, landed on us to basically say, oh, you can't get Top Gun. Well, how about this movie? Well, maybe I don't see it. But,
It's the difference between being a cool
They want to be around Rabbi.
Star Wars, or a franchise bar and a cool little Joe's bar, all right, the bartender knows you, right? So it's like, look, if you just absolutely positively need Top Gun that weekend, then go to across the street to the warehouse again. All right, we have what we have, but we had customers that like came in every fucking day, and part of their day or every other day, when their extra runs were due, and they were people of the neighborhood, and they came in, and not only did they rent stuff, they left stuff off, and they rented new stuff out, but like they came in to talk to us for 20 minutes or 45 minutes, like every other day.
And there's no algorithm to tell them what to do. We're the algorithm. You have to know, oh, this guy, they're on a date night, so they're going to want this kind of rom-com type movie. Or this guy, he really likes,
Dreidel, I made you out of clay, and when you're dry and ready.
And those kids, they're going to watch, some skate stuff. So I've got to learn all about the Bones Brigade videos and stuff like that. And so, you just kind of figure it out, like, how can I upsell stuff that they haven't heard of? Because invariably, somebody who comes in,
But you're making it sound a little bit more cynical than it was. You are making it sound
more like the challenge.
We're like a married couple.
Yeah, totally, we're like a married couple.
It wasn't that simple.
Tell us the whole story, honey.
We're just telling the whole story. We were just hanging out, and they're coming and hanging
Get some water, big dog.
Parts of conversations you would have, like, you know, like a chat room in the.
No, there was
Go get yourself a glass of water, my man.
15 customers that, like, you know, I talked to 5 hours a week, every week for 5 years. Yeah. You know, because they kind of like would spend at least 40 minutes every other day. And I expected to see them. And you know, I watched what I watched on TV. I saw what I saw in the movies, and then they saw what they saw in the movies. They watched what they watched on TV. We all talked about it. They talked about the videos and what else we're gonna get, and da 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 da.
If you like that, you're gonna like this.
About our lives and everything. Yeah.
So at one point in time, while this is all going on you guys' side, it was always the case.
Well, we were always thinking, well, Roger and Roger had another friend that he was the guy that connected me and Roger together. Was a guy named Scott who took his own life.
His father owned another video store that I worked at as well.
But the thing is, though, that while I was just thinking about making movies, Roger and Scott were like making movies on Super 8.
Yeah.
And they were making little horror films and little zombies.
Just one moment. I'm going to test my sound.
Super 8. And they're like,
Can you hear me?
They're making they're sitting in their backyard and they're working on it for like 3 months.
No, you can't.
Yeah, like
This shit is wild.
all the punk guys, it's like LA punk, and so they were all in my movie. All the punks were in my movies because they were media literate. They loved movies, so they were easy to pull in. And in the punks, they were gang punks who beat somebody up or something. So that's the cool working at a video store though, because it's essentially like you have, it's like an education. Well, when the time came where we actually wanted to make a movie, we were talking. I remember when I think it was. But I remember you coming to me and saying, the moment has happened.
Jake, can you hear me? No, you can't. All right, let's try it now.
Like I said, I'm a drug dealer. I gotta tell them some prescriptions. I got some pills that I got prescriptions for.
Okay, that's cool. Can you hear me?
Just taking nothing pills that I got prescriptions for. But it's something they didn't take prescriptions. Yeah.
There you go.
shower time.
There you go. Yo. 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 Okay, is it working? Yo. Yo. Can you hear me? I can hear me. Yo. 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 Is this working? Is this working? Yo. 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 Okay. Can you hear yourself? Yo, pimp. You slinging dick like it's going out of style, son? It was that fucking cash. Fuck that cash, motherfucker. Yo, can you hear yourself, baby? Yo, you breaking up? Are you living like a pimp? Sideline to sideline? Sideline to side wall? Okay, how about now? Oh, this shit sucks. Yo, dog. Yo. How about now? Yo, dog. Yo. Why does this shit suck? No one knows. This is the worst. There was once a podcast I was watching. What the fuck is this shit? Why does it keep breaking up? Go again. Try it again. Why does this shit sometimes suck? Who knows? Stupid. Sundar. You gave this to a motherfucker named Mickey. This bitch would work. You gave it to a motherfucker named Tony. This bitch would work. Psych. They would have fucking fell asleep. Yo, what is this shit? Is it working? Test, test, test. How about now? I guess. Kind of sucks though. What is it? It sucks. It sucks. I wonder if it has to do with that thing. User settings. This is the worst. All right. All right. How about now? This shit sucks. What if I turn this off? Does it work any better now? Does it work any better now? Yo, 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 yo. This is the worst. Yo, can you hear me any better now, Pimp? Can anybody hear me any better now, Pimp? I think I can hear myself better. Does it have to do with that fucking echo cancellation? Yo, dog. Yo, dog. How are you, Pimp? We're just testing shit. Testing shit. This is the worst. This is the worst. Is it working better? I think so. Is it done? Is it done? Yo, Pimp. Is this shit done? Yo, it sounds better. Try echo cancellation or whatever. Noise suppression. I don't understand why they have like fancy noise suppression and then regular. What the fuck is the difference? All right. This is it. Voice and video. It sucks at the beginning. Voice and video. Pimp. Dog, I clicked it. Okay. Push to talk. Limited. What the fuck does that mean? The limited's a thing. Yo, limited brands is a thing. This is the worst. Echo cancellation. How about no, just standard? Yo, yo, yo. Is it better? Or does it still suck dick? Is it dick sucking? Is it terrible? I think it's better. Cool. That was really great. Remember that time when no one could hear me? And then everybody was like, oh, turn off Chris because it sucks. And then everybody could hear me again? Yay! And the crowd goes wild. Yay! Amazing. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this move. Yo, baby. How you living, pimp? What's good, son? Yo. This shit is the worst. The worst. Chris sucks. Christopher drawer. I'm the default pick, girls. Really? If you want to be, I mean, well, you got better shit. Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Is it better? I think it's better. Dog, shout out to Ban. He was kind of nice to me today. Oh. Yo, can you hear me? I can hear me. I think it's pretty sexy now. Maybe too sexy. Alright. Cool, dog. Alright, well, I'm glad that took up half my fucking day. What in the fuck is this shit?
Like a small movie is possible to get made. Like
This is
like it's happening for us, for guys like
the worst.
yeah, I mean,
I bet if I click this thing, it will have like 15 fucking clips at once.
Like the Seattle band that froze.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's it. And I still don't think it's enough. Oh, well. That one's good. Is that this one? Yo, pimp. Oh, yeah. It wasn't as bad that time.
if you keep 1 foot in
It's entertaining.
yeah, if you keep 1 foot in exploitation in some way in genre,
Oh,
if you
this
keep
is the
your
worst.
foundation in genre, then you can do whatever you want. Like my favorite filmmaker is Stanley Kubrick. I love Kubrick movies. Okay, one can pretty much look
Yo,
at
can anybody hear this?
each and every one is a genre film. Science fiction movies, horror movies, even Barry Lyndon as a costume drama.
This is the
at
worst.
time,
It's a costume genre. It's a genre.
that was a solid, bankable genre.
The book is definitely a pulpy genre.
Oh yeah, the book was serialized, wasn't it? Yeah, it's like Thackeray wrote them in like an episode. It was like a soap opera.
But that was a very popular book.
Yeah, and so yeah, it was all. If you can, and I knew this making my first film. I know Quentin, you were talking about it. This was the conversation we were actively having of. We have to make sure that we make a movie people want to see, like a genre film. And I was calling them exploitation movies. I'm like, keep 1 foot in exploitation. And then, but at the same time, I'm like, well, I kind of also want to make like, I want to elevate it as much as possible. So when the time came for me to make my first films out, um, it was like I knew it was going to be a bank robbery because I wrote it around the location. We found this while we were studying for Reservoir Dogs, Lawrence Bender. Or maybe you also studied that location. You found this bank location. And Lawrence called me up and said, hey, I'm calling all the writers on there. I found this bank location. And if you have a script that takes place in a bank, we can kick together $200,000 and make a movie there. This complete, solid, amazing location. And I said, oh my God, Lawrence, this is your lucky girl. I happen to have a script that takes place in a bank. And it's quickly broke down based on the location. And as I was writing it, I was thinking, okay, I know that it's going to be a bank robbery. It's a bank. And so I know it's going to be a bank robbery, and that's that's my solid bankable genre that I'm going to stick with. But I knew I wanted to do something more with it, and I had just traveled through Europe, and I'd been telling Quentin the stories of traveling through Europe. So,
Why the fuck?
Takes a trip, and
I still think it's true.
I think it's a different movie. I don't think it's.
It's the
I had been in Paris. I bumped into a guy that I knew from Los Angeles who was a French guy, and he said, "Oh, shouldn't you be in Paris?" And I went out with he and his friends. I think Jean, Claude, all the characters from the movie. I went out with him and his friends, and we, drove through Paris. And
Is this shit working?
And it's with you? No, not with me. I heroin. Hold my arm.
All right.
His arm. And like I had never.
Now what the fuck happened to Issa?
Like he tied his arm off and hold my arm. No. Hold my arm.
He was the tying off.
Yeah, Roger, hold my arm while I shoot up. So,
but like, and he doesn't quite know that this is all going to happen. But everything else has been a preamble to this.
yeah, something like that happens, and then it's a heroin partner. Yeah, and his friends are like, "Oh, bring it to the news." Yeah. Things like that. And I'm like writing these lines down, like this is great.
Issa.
And so I came back and I told Quentin like about this whole story about these guys going, driving around the Champs Elysees. This is where the fags sell themselves. Oh, and now we go into the nightclub down below. And we do more heroin. And I'm like, aren't the police going to say anything? It's safer here than like you can do heroin anywhere in Paris. And it was like, I worked at Le Mans. Like all of it was like basically everything in that movie. Was stuff that I'd actually seen. And so when the time came to make it as a bank robbery film, I just, I'm thinking about it. I'm like, well, it's a bank robbery movie, but it's going to be about these guys. And it just became a movie about the guy going someplace and everything that he thought he knew as well. Like,
No, why would they get rid of it? Douches.
Okay, it's all about that kind of friendship and misconception. He's downstairs in the bank. Johnny Ringo, the bad guy, is upstairs. Chaos is going upstairs. He has no idea what's going on upstairs. And so this kind of just became what the movie was about. So I just quickly wrote the script, and then we ended up not even using the location to shoot the movie. Came together later and ended up shooting Flash on the instead. But it was the seed was planted. The seed was planted. So the idea was, okay, I'm going to make a French film out of it. Because I'm like in LA, I'm making a film. What can I do that would be different? Like that would make this more than just a bank robbery movie because of the experience I had just had. I was like, I'm going to make a French film. Okay, I had no business making a French movie. And they didn't really speak French. I just thought it would be kind of cool. I like, cool French girl and like greasy, dirty French guys, French criminals, and I always loved, Alain Delon and the samurai, the way he wears a suit, the way he carries a gun, and the way he walks around. And I just just adored all of that. And so, let's put all that kind of space that's in my brain into the movie. And then movies tend to take on a life of their own. They tend to be like children. It starts off as a concept, as a conception, as a infancy, and then you're raising that child to become the movie. And along the way, you're really just kind of protecting it, trying to allow it to grow into what it's going to grow into without forcing it to become something that it's not. And it's a little bit of a balance. You have to be a good parent, which means you have to give it a little bit of freedom to grow into something you don't know what it's going to be. But at the same time, you have to be willing to, be strong with it as well. So that's a very underappreciated movie. It's a fucking great. I think I'm really good at making underappreciated movies. I built a career with underappreciated movies. Those are the classics that you would look for in a video store. Yeah. You would look for the movies that were really good that nobody knew about. Dusty Afternoon's not it, but it can get you killing time. My favorite moment in the movie. Well, I like it when the guy gets burned out on the hamburger scene. That was, yeah. But I remember they were trying to talk to the cut out of it, and example of because the movie was shot for the scene was shot. I mean, the movie was shot for very little money. We had no money to make it, so I had to shoot the entire upstairs first and then the downstairs because it's like doing a company movie. But I knew that when writing it, this is sort of a kind of a rule that we had was one, make a genre movie. Two,
explain the scene.
I'm going to.
I said explain the scene. Don't tell you what you're telling about in that moment.
The scene was a replacement for another scene. It was in the movie that was too expensive to shoot. That's the short.
What does that do with what I like?
What I replaced it with was, and I had to fight for it, was a single shot. Because originally he goes downstairs and he sees a bunch of guys coming in through the sewer. So he starts machine gunning people in the sewer. And there was like a little sewer manhole at the bottom of the bank. I was like, well, let's use that. And so I had this whole thing. And the bond company showed up, and you're behind schedule, and you gotta you gotta cut pages. And I couldn't cut anything, and I'm shooting upstairs, downstairs stuff, and so I had to have something because he leaves the scene and then comes back angry. And so I knew I needed to have something, and originally I had this whole scene where the cops are coming in, and he reacts to that. And so I said, well, okay, I just need one shot. This is all I had time to do for the bond company. And so I set up these. We're actually really cool. I just set up a single camera. I asked for kind of a Kubrickian lens, so a nice wide, maybe a 14mm lens. And I just had John Hughes walk up into a close-up, and I just had him and I said, just walk into a close-up and start looking around and just start seeing things coming out of the walls. And is that the shot you're talking about? He does like a little magic trick beforehand. No, that's not the one you're talking about? No, that's a great shot. That's a great shot.
No, the scene I'm talking about is that's one where you explain it because I hadn't seen it in a long time. But it was
That's the shot.
that's the shot.
That's the shot I'm talking about. Look, he's looking into the walls. He's looking around.
But I thought the whole idea about it is the idea that
I added those lines of dialogue in.
no, but I
did some ADR.
I thought the whole idea is he put it all together. He realized there's something going on. The cops are doing this, or Aristotle is dirty with him. All this, and it all hits him. He's doing something else, and he walks into a close up, and it all hits him. But now we, the audience, know what's going on.
Yeah.
And then he's just like,
well, it just shows that sometimes if you can't do what you want to do, what you come up with is better. And this was an example of it rained that day, and I had to use the rain. That's sort of the example.
The first thing for me about what you're talking is I don't care where the sausage was made. I want the sausage. I want you to talk about the sausage,
Well,
not the factory.
You don't want to know what's in that sausage.
Yeah,
You have no interest in
about
that.
the Italian sweetness.
Well, it was very sweet, but it started off sour. Because I couldn't do what I wanted to do. And so I just came up with something that was, he puts it together in his head. I
still think that's exhilarating because it all falls down to an actor's face.
Well, I had Tom Savini on the set because, and I couldn't afford Tom Savini, but I found his number, and before I shot, I called him up in Pittsburgh. So Tom Savini's a makeup effects artist who did Dawn of the Dead.
He did all these effects on it.
And not to mention all the great Friday the 13th, all the slasher movies.
He's the superstar of practical makeup effects of horror films of that era.
He was in Vietnam and saw some shit. And every time I'm talking to him about stuff, he's like, oh, yeah, there's only two small rooms, you get this new additions knocked out. He's seen all this stuff, and so this is his way of processing it. But Tom came in, and I couldn't afford him. I called him up on the phone. I was like, hey, you think I'm a young filmmaker? I'm your biggest fan. I like the makeup effects, blah, blah, blah. Okay, he flew himself out. We had no money to pay him. I think we gave him some tiny enough. He flew himself to LA, put himself up, worked on the film, and he made that burn makeup on that burn guard in the vault out of Vaseline paint and tissue paper. And I watched him. It was an unbelievable thing how he made blisters and burn effects. It was like watching one of the great artists. Yeah. Tom is incredible.
truthful, I thought about it like for a long time, and always figured I would do that eventually. I didn't fall asleep for 2 years. You know, it was because working at that store, I just got caught up in the little life there, and you know, it's interesting because you spend your 20s going to comedy clubs and building a career. So I'm still in my 20s there, and well, it's one of those things where it's like, well, this isn't my dream. This isn't what I wanted to do. Working at a video store for years. I wanted to actually make movies. It's not my dream, what I'm doing. But it's dream adjacent. It's close to my dream. It's close to my dream. I get to watch movies all fucking day. I get to talk about movies all fucking day. I don't have to work at a pizza parlor. I don't have to. I'm not delivering pizzas. I'm not busting ass as a bartender. I'm not busting ass doing menial jobs. I mean, this is the kind of job that I do. I'd go to the store if I wasn't paid to go to the store. So it's like, but for a couple of years, it didn't put me to sleep. It did kind of put me to sleep. It put my ambitions to sleep a little bit because I was happy enough.
Yeah.
I was happy enough. And just one of these days, right, you didn't have the fire. I didn't have the fire. And when I got the fire, when I eventually got the fire back again, and it was a life-changing thing. It was, we had a buddy of ours named Steve. Yeah. And he was one of, we had different living arrangements. And at one point in time, me and Steve were living in the same house, renting in the back, towards the back of the store. They do, yes. Yeah. This was where everyone was hanging out. And, but now Steve was older than the rest of us. So it's like, he was about like almost 5 years older than us. And he didn't seem like he was a young guy.
Yeah, like 5 years younger mentally. Or emotionally.
Yeah. And, but, so he hits 30, and he starts to change. He starts changing, like, drastically. Like, one of the funniest guys I ever knew, and just really, really funny stoner dude, really cool. Now all of a sudden, he's, like, angry about something. Now he's not quite as funny, and now he's got this issue. And so we're working, and there's this one night, kind of, like, all kind of disgusted with his life. And he starts ranting, and he's describing a situation that was very common if you were a kid growing up without a degree or anything, in the 80s, especially in California, where it's like you can't get any really good jobs, but like you can work at Licorice Pizza, and if you're an okay employee, you could like work at Licorice Pizza for a couple of years, and maybe you could become assistant manager or manager. Maybe they send you to another store, and maybe you work there for 3 years, and that's really great. But then, all of a sudden, the district manager doesn't like you. You run afoul of somebody higher up in corporate, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're fired here. Yes, manager. Yeah. Okay. And so now you just spent 3 years at Licorice Pizza. Now you can get a job at TRW or some place that's like a real job. Or, well, those are kind of hard to get. You can work at warehouse records. It takes months because you just had 3 years at Licorice Pizza. Same thing with Wild West Clothier, same thing with Miller's Outpost, same thing with any of these kind of stores. Next thing you know, you're 28, and the only jobs you've ever had are minimum wage jobs behind a counter that were designed for kids to pay for their gas. Right. And you spent your entire 20s doing that. But then you start getting bitter. But he was not just that bitter about the jobs. He some of the truth. I'm learning from this here. Because he goes, Quentin, you think that we're this really great team, we're this really great group. Well, we are. I mean, that time in your 20s, we're like your group of friends or your family. And we are. Quentin, at 20, I worked at South Bay Cinema, and I hung out with a bunch of guys just like you. And some girls there, too. There was a bunch of guys just like you. And then I stopped working in South Bay City. Then I worked at Miller's Outpost. I hung out with a bunch of guys just like you. We did everything just like we do. We went to movies together. We went out and we dated amongst the girls there. Everything. Yeah. Then I went to Delicious Pizza for 4 years with a bunch of guys just like you. I wasted my life hanging out with a bunch of guys just like you. And they all go away at a certain point. And I realized he's kind of telling the truth. He's showing me a truth about him. This is coming from somewhere. And then all of a sudden, he still hung around us. He still liked us. But then he started making it a point to touch base with some of his high school friends that were still around. So he's not just hanging out with guys 4 years younger or 5 years younger than him. Anyway, I'm turning 25 so I'm having my own little, what have I done with my life so far? Fucking stuff. So I'm having my own little anxiety getting 25, but I'm seeing what it's like 5 years from now when you turn 30, when you're 230 and you're in this situation. And there was like one night that I had what I used to call, I would do it every once in a while. I haven't done it in a long time. I would have a cognitive test where I'd stay up all night long, and rather than give myself excuses, I would look at everything that I'm fucking up in my life, everything I'm not doing, whatever, and just not give myself any fucking excuses. I'm just like, hey, and I would spend like all night laying out everything I'm doing that's wrong, and then I would spend the last 2 hours figuring out how I can change it. And as opposed to just doing it and then going to get some sleep and then you forget about it, fall back into your routine. I decided to change my life. I was like, look, the problem is that I'm living in the South Bay, and even though I drive to Los Angeles, I gotta not worry about this job anymore. I gotta just move to Hollywood. I gotta get involved there. I gotta meet other people that are in the business. And if I have to work manpower jobs, where you just work like 4 days at this place and 4 days at that place, well, then that's fine. And by the way, I shouldn't be making money until I'm making money doing what I want to do. And I hope that was it. All right, but then, the next thing I knew, I moved down to the South Bay, and then I couldn't move into Hollywood. I couldn't afford Hollywood, but I could afford Koreatown. That was close enough. And literally, the minute I kind of moved out there, I met a guy who wrote a little bunch of horror movies, and then through him, I met other guys that wrote a little bunch of horror movies, and this guy who directed through a little bunch of movies, this guy who produces a couple. And well, yeah, you meet one person, and that introduces you to 3 other people. Now all of a sudden, I actually knew people who weren't actually making movies. And the other thing about it was like, also, well, look, these guys can do what I can do because they weren't too special.
Right.
That's the weird realization that you end up having. Yeah, and then literally, it wasn't like everything changed, but like within a year and a half from moving out of the South Bay, moving into the Hollywood area, within a year and a half, I was finally able to make a living as a writer. Getting like a $7,000 for this rewrite on the script over here, $4,000 for this polish over here, another $10,000 for this rewrite over here. Well, shit, I mean, I make $10,000 a year through all my 20 for that point. So if I can make 15,000 from writing, oh my god, that was the greatest thing in the world.
Wow. But it just takes being around people that are actually doing it so you realize it's possible.
Well, it's realizing it's possible, but it's also a situation where it's like, as opposed to talking to your buddies about comedy in Minnesota, your buddies who like comedy, you're in the comedy store and you're dealing with comedians every fucking night, and you're in the place where the shit happens, and you're hearing how the laughs work, but also like. What's going on. Oh, Caroline's Comedy Hour is doing their tryouts for this. And, Chuckles is doing this thing or that thing. Oh, and this is sitcom going on. The funny neighbor guy. Yeah. And
place where comics have a hub. And when we're all in Austin, we all just moved to Austin during the pandemic. Yeah. And all of a sudden we're allowed to perform indoors. It's crazy. In November of 2020, we were doing shows indoors. And you couldn't go on Twitter because they call you a super spreader, a fucking monster. But everybody started moving here. But by the time 2020 rolls around, there's like 15, 16 world-class comedians that didn't used to live in Austin. They're here now. And we were like, let's go club. And so we bought the Ritz Theater, where some of your movies play. Yeah. That was crazy. And when we put it together, the whole idea was like have a place where people can come. We have 2 nights of open mic nights, Sunday and Monday night. So there's always a chance to get on stage. There's always a guy who's a real talent. Abby is a real talent coordinator. He's really going to watch you. He's really going to give you advice. And you're around the best comics in the world all the time. And everybody knows the gospel. Everybody treats you the way you would want to be treated if you started. So you're just one of us. You just started, but we're not better than you. There's nothing special about us. We're just telling you. We started walking, and now we're 15 miles in. You're 15 feet in. Just keep walking.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. When I watch some of the things on the comedy store, I really love going to comedy.
Yeah.
And it makes you feel great. All right. But the college student place, you go down there and open mic night. If you have something to offer,
yeah.
Then you work your way up, and then you're the doorman, and then you work your way up. But it seems like that was then. That was a long time ago. Now it seems like people are almost saying 10 years, all right, or 8 years before they actually are getting up and getting paid.
Not necessarily. Like Tony Hinchcliffe started as a comic store. He started as a doorman, and he worked his way up to selling out masses for art. It is possible to still be a doorman. I met him.
I'm thinking that's a spot, but it seems like, if you have to wait 5 years,
well, you don't get good for 10 years. It takes forever. Comedy is like making a mountain out of layers of paint. It takes forever. You have to fail. Yeah. You have to have the opportunities to fail. Well, there's also no along the way. Yeah, like writing a film, you have a protagonist, you have an antagonist, you have a plot, you have a bunch of stuff that you can kind of create.
Would you really say that it takes 10 years to be a solid comedian?
It takes 10 years to be a real headliner.
That's a little different.
Well, that's when you're a real comic.
Yeah, okay.
You do an hour.
Yeah,
you do an hour, and then you can write another hour.
Yeah.
You kind of know who you are.
Because 4 years to build that. Well, you have to be enough of a name of a draw to actually draw an audience.
Yes. And you have to usually go on the road with a headliner, and then the people get to see you. Oh, I remember you was here when Tom Segura was in town. Yeah, that guy's really good. You saw him then. He did 15 minutes. That's going to do an hour. He's super great. It's sort of that kind of deal. But it's the same sort of situation where most people don't live here in Pittsburgh. You don't know what to do. You go up, there's a couple of mic nights, everybody sucks, and there's no inspiration.
And that's enough for comedy and a fucking pizza flyer.
Exactly. And it's good.
And it doesn't work until it's not for me.
Right. It's good on the weekends because they'll fly in, Greg Fitzsimmons, some headliner, and you get to see a real comic for a weekend, so you get a little bit of an education for that. Maybe if you're lucky, the club owner will let you open for him or be 10 minutes on that show, and you kind of get a feel what it's like to perform in front of a real audience if you ever see a real comic. But you got to be around. Like, comedy doesn't exist in a vacuum. There's no great comedian that lives in some small town by himself. Like, you can find some great blues artists.
Or a great novelist.
Novelist is probably the best thing. You live in your own head. You have to be around the other people that are doing it, which is exactly like with the Hollywood. Yeah, exactly.
Get away from these things.
I recall living in Hollywood as well.
Yeah, you did.
Freaking Franklin. Yes, from Plumber Park. Your bitter friend gave you a valuable little piece of information.
Yeah, he did. No, very much.
You need those. fire, and then maybe they have a job that's kind of cool, like and they get sedated. Almost the worst thing that can happen is which I think is what you're talking about.
Yeah. But I mean, it all worked out. Okay, it all worked out really, really good. And the thing about it was, I did get comfortable, but I got comfortable in a cool place, and ultimately I did have the energy and the wherewithal to ultimately get satisfied with it and want more. The alternative would just be working at a department store for those 4 years.
Yeah, right.
And I would have been like really big miserable.
Right.
Here I'm able to, I mean, in this instance, I'm still involved with, I mean, the part, the sedative part is the idea that it's close to the
Right.
It's close to, now I could get, I told you,
This guy was at the comic store. He was a friend of mine at the comic store. He was a bartender in the back bar, and he wanted to get comic. And he was there. He was like 5 years after I met him. I was like, hey man, you gotta quit this fucking job. Because you're here with all the greatest comics in the world. You're not going on stage because you're making good money. That's the velvet curtain. It's over your eyes. I worked on Lords of Dogtown, the movie about Zephyr surfboards and skateboarding and polyurethane wheels and surfing. And I'm not like a surfer or anything, but my entry point into that movie was Zephyr surfboards was exactly like video archives. And I imagine it's like this in a lot of places where, you have a shop. They make they do skateboards, and they've got a shaper guy there, the skateboarding room, who's a surfboard shaper, who's sort of like Lance, the guy who owns Video Archives. And he started a shop, and he's selling to all the kids locally, and all the kids who like love surfing, like Stacy Peralta or Tony Alva or guys like that. They would just go hang out there, just like you would go hang out at the video store. So I looked at that and I was like, okay, I don't really know these guys other than growing up in the beach community, but my real entry point was I understand gravitating towards it and wanting to be close to it, and that if a video store is the closest thing to Hollywood in your town, that's where you go. If it's not a movie theater. So.
Well, it was funny because when I started at the video store, I was like, it was great because, like I said, I got to hang out in a place that I enjoyed, and I'm surrounded by movies I'm talking about
Access to all those titles.
But then also there was also the situation of, I became like a little film critic in that. It was like I was like the sort was my little village voice, and I was the Andrew Sarris there. I was the critic, and people would come in, and at a certain point, like, oh, what should I get? And the thing is, I'm not just like holding support on my own personal taste. Pretty soon they got a really good idea of my taste. But the thing is, I'm just gearing it towards people. I'm not gonna, get some housewives and watch some Gonzo movie that Gonzo violent movie that I really like. I'm gaming. I get to know her. It's a Taylor. And so I'm, putting something in her hand that I think she's gonna appreciate. I kind of know what kind of comedy she likes and who she likes, stuff like that. And so I'm like, really kind of, gearing it in a certain way. And that felt really good. It felt like I felt like a film critic.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I forgot I was going to go somewhere with that, and I forgot I lost my train of thought. Right? But one of the things that ended up happening, and I hope I didn't say it last time, that ended up happening is we became really famous in the neighborhood. There was a video guys. And, our store was a little different than most of the businesses that were in Manhattan Beach. And so everyone kind of knew us. We were the video guys. So in a strange way, it was a precursor to what it would be like to be famous with the whole world kind of knows about you like that. In Manhattan Beach, I'm like walking down the street, people like, hey, what? I'm like, I'm at working at the store, and I was watching the Jack in the Box, get a Coke, and come back. And then, but we'd walk into the man's movie theater, or that was by the theater, and me and two of the guys would walk in to go see a movie. We walked down the aisle, and we hear,
Yeah, I was in San Francisco once, and the guys from Red Cross, the punk band, they were customers of ours. I said, "Oh, they're doing a signing at this local record shop. I'll just go show up. I'll show up there on Ashbury." And I walk in immediately to the Gallbladder guys. We're like, "Hey, it's the media store guy. Hey, man, come back behind with us." I don't think they talk like that. It's good to get that slow drip, get a little bit of a taste of it before you actually advance. Just to get a feel of what it's like. It still doesn't give you the full. It's like, oh, I'm just going to smoke a little weed compared to I'm going to mainline.
Welcome. How are you?
Dude, that's it. That's crazy. That's a cool ass movie.
It made me feel part of it,
What is?
which I had never felt before. I actually felt part of it.
Right.
I felt part of it, and it had to be
That's
I
cool.
was,
Holy shit.
the people
What
who
link?
knew me there, and I was
Make it the
upstanding
invite.
inside of it.
Oh, that it just comes here?
The main thing is,
Yeah.
Cool, man. How are you? You're good. You're cool.
So, like, what's this server about?
Great question. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been streaming going back to the pandemic, which is more than 3.5 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. How are you?
That's crazy. I don't believe you. No way. You have like a catalogs in your fucking life.
Exactly.
Where? Where's your catalogs? You have like a fucking YouTube channel?
I've got like 13 YouTube channels simultaneously going right now.
Dude, why do you do this? You're like schizophrenic or something?
Not at all. I'm very, very sound mind, my friend.
What, are you Muslim?
No, I'm Jewish.
Oh. Man.
Here, I just sent you a link. Check it. You can see all my live streams. We're just watching the Joe Rogan Experience. Do you know what Joe Rogan is?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, he's got Quentin Tarantino on, and they're just talking about movies and stuff. Oh, no, that was.
I don't know if you're prepared for this. When we were first trying to make romance, but we had this amazing screenplay. It was like we were going to try to do it Coen Brothers style. It just seemed like simple, and we were like, okay, I'm going to produce, we're going to direct, we're going to go out and make this. Our first thought was, okay, we've got this database of doctors and lawyers and housewives in Manhattan Beach. We're going to go to the video store. We ended up not doing that. Yeah. Well, we're not going to go. Yeah, it was. We're thinking about getting money and actually getting money.
We strategized about it a lot, but we never actually.
I drew up full partnership papers before that whole dream failed. I'm doing it that way. Yeah, nobody knows what it's like to actually be successful until you are. But in the beginning, did you guys feel like pretenders? Did you feel fake? Did you have imposter syndrome?
I didn't have imposter syndrome. Looking at the movie, and I was really happy with the film. But the thing is, what I felt like, I'll tell you exactly how I felt. I didn't feel like imposter syndrome. Well, I guess a little bit. So there is all that, like, waiting for something to tap you on the shoulder.
Yeah. Get out of here.
Right.
You ever let that go? Right.
But what I was, I felt like I was a reporter deep undercover. All right, on the opposite side of the line.
Right.
This isn't really me. I'm like those people over there.
Right.
And I'm deep undercover.
Right.
And I can get you reports from the
all these different management people that are going to come in and fuck with your thing and don't do that and cut that out. But you have a sensibility, not of a person in management, but of a person that I know what I like. I know what I like. And I think I can think differently than these people do.
Oh, no. One of the things we talked about, we had a little theory about what was that gave us a bit of a superpower when we were first brought into. Once we established ourselves, people knew we laid read our scripts and we knew we had something off. We would walk into rooms and realize that. And look, I'm not here to make fun of Hollywood executives. Those guys, look, you don't know how bad some of these movies, these scripts are. Oftentimes, they actually make the best. They're really, really terrible. All right, when they go to the
I sing karaoke. I answer questions of people. Watch podcasts. I have my own podcast. I do interviews. That's about it. Welcome.
Yo, what's your favorite drug, Jay?
All of them. All of them.
So, like, do you have money? Do you have wealth? How do you maintain yourself?
I'm a certified project management professional. So I complete projects for companies.
Do you have any NDAs?
Yeah.
How do you get through those kinds of like?
I haven't. Well, usually, at least when it comes, I mean, I've signed NDAs in the past. The projects that I complete for companies or like a lot of times cryptocurrencies ask me to do something. They know that I'm streaming, so that's actually how they find me. So I don't have to sign NDAs with some of them. So I find ones that work for me. I basically get my pick of the litter because I do really well as a project manager. And I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play successfully. I have completed major six-figure projects that I get paid six figures, but multi-million-dollar projects for Fortune 500. So I have a track record that allows me to be able to live my life as freely as I wish. I hope that answers your question.
3 years?
Yeah, more than 3 years, dog. Yeah, it's more content than any person has on the internet. And if you didn't know, content is king.
Nah, Christian. Correct, Christian. You can't be Christian.
I have 10 times more content than that person. I'm live 24/7 on 14 different YouTube channels and 33 different platforms. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 300 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. Whatever person you're saying can't compete with that.
I got you. Shit, man. I'm way too high for this shit.
That's cool, man.
Have you ever had like? Do you ever have like a group of people ever go after you?
No. No.
Not even gang stalk, but like, man, like different trolls. You never had trolls around?
Oh yeah, I get trolls.
Like they try to like.
I get trolls every day.
Like a certain group that sticks around.
I mean, yeah, I do. I've got some people from Australia who like to come in and yell the N-word at me, and I've made friends with them as best I can, and they listen to me sing karaoke. They listened to me sing karaoke like 18 hours ago. I mean, when you really get to know me, I'm a pretty nice person. In fact, I'm a very nice person. So I'm kind of hard to hate.
Where's your...
Welcome, welcome. How are you, Luna Chris? Hope you're having a good day. Did you see all my live streams on YouTube?
What was that?
I was saying to here, BBC, I was saying to him that I have live streams on YouTube. Hey, I'm the king of BBC uh, on TikTok. That's one of my names. I have that. I'm at the king of BBC.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am. Here, I'll show you.
How big?
I'm giant,
How
baby.
big?
I'm
How
giant. No, I'm average. Just
Yeah,
ask.
like how many inches?
I'm average. Just ask LeBron.
So you're under 10. You're under 10 inches.
I'm average. Just ask LeBron.
That's crazy.
Hold on, I'll show you.
All right.
Here I am. I have 974 followers with like no content. I'm the king of BBC. This is my account.
The king of BBC. No way, that's your account.
Oh yeah, it is.
That's his account.
Yeah, look here. This is the. This is
Can
the.
you explain to my what your purpose is?
I don't want war anymore. So more than 3 years ago. Well, frankly, I want to be rich as fuck, and I'm going to be. If you didn't know, Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, "Content is king." But I could make money in many different ways through technology, through project management. But if I want to make super big amounts of money, one of the ways to do it is through data. Data is our number one resource. According to The Economist magazine in 2018, they stated that data was more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, diamonds, platinum, and I have more data than any person ever. And it's very important data. It is human data. So essentially, people will be able to study this in the future as a time capsule for human society. We talk about things that aren't normally discussed in general society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, dark matter, dark energy. We talk about de-extinction, like bringing back animals back to life, everything from the woolly mammoth to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, perhaps, or raptors, or the Brontosaurus, or whatever. We can bring those back with science. We talk about things like life extension technology. We talk about alien disclosure. We talk about things like human growth hormone and stem cells and ambrosia therapy, which is using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. We talk about things that are perhaps controversial but have a long-term benefit for humanity, like nootropics or perhaps cryonics. And then we get into some really exciting topics. Jake, Luna, Chris, and BBC, has anybody ever told you that they don't think you're going to die?
No one has ever told me.
Excellent. I appreciate that. Well, let me explain why. I get that. But basically, when I go viral, I'm going to help everybody who's helped me along the way. And you three are included in that. You guys are basically time travelers in the digital world. And I've archived all of my life for the last 3.5 years. And I'm going to be able to pay for your wildest fantasies. And one of those should include a type of technology, in addition to all the things that I said in regards to life extension technology, moving into mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a like a CAT scan or an MRI. We scan your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download into an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I'm basically saying to you is that there's a chance, a very good chance, that you'll be able to experience perhaps digital immortality, which is a very exciting opportunity.
Sounds nice.
Word, dog.
Dude, I want the shit you're smoking.
Exactly. Isn't it good, my man? Bravo. Bravo, my man.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So, really, what my life is basically just archiving the world. I've got a radio that's going 24/7. So at any single point of for the last 3.5 years, you can go to an individual day and know exactly what was going on in the world, in world history, and world politics, in world economics. And then I've really been able to archive much of, if not all of, perhaps the major works of the global art scene. So that's every major Oscar winner, every major motion picture we've literally watched on this, or every major television series, everything from The Sopranos to Sex and the City to Seinfeld to Friends to The Office to Parks and Recreation to Family Guy to like 30 seasons of The Simpsons. I mean, it's all been archived. Additionally, some of the things that we've archived are every major book, every major religious text, every major audiobook, additionally,
So
every
you made a Smithsonian of data.
exactly,
Multimedia.
exactly, and I'm starting to.
The Smithsonian.
I've had this Discord only 6 months or so, and I already have 1,500 people in here. Every single night, generally, I sing karaoke till like 8 in the morning, like very early in the morning, with really with like 40 people from the Philippines, and I'm starting to get popular in other Discords as well. I've been live in Aiden Ross's.
I didn't hear why you were singing.
Oh, excellent! I've been live in Aiden Ross's Discord for like 8 months, and I'm the number one streamer in the history of the Aiden Ross Discord. So he knows who I am. He's been in my YouTube streams. On Kick, everyone on Kick knows who I am. If you know what Kick is, so I am the number one best known person on Kick. And the reason why is because I created robots that automatically spam all of Kick for me whenever I want. So essentially, these bots create accounts and then spam hundreds of people and then create another bot. And it's been going now continuously for like 8 months or so. And it's to the point where the owner of Kick.
Why you became so prevalent on that shit.
There you go. And,
Wait, so you're just Q-body?
no, I'm not viewbotting. I
You're
create.
not Q-body, but you're changing the algorithm with your bots. You're
Yeah.
definitely doing that.
Yeah, definitely doing that.
Like, that's crazy. He's like a heart palpitation for their fucking. Like, so you haven't been doing this naturally. You just haven't been like. You've just been using bots.
No. Actually, most of it has been natural. So the bots that I've created are like they're manually created, and all they do on Kick at least is, I mean, it's fucking brilliant. It creates an account for me automatically, and then it goes to the front page and starting with the most popular just chatting person, it creates a clip of them. Within the clip, it puts my Discord link. Then it follows them and then it spams them with join my Discord for world peace. So, I mean, you ask anybody who's a popular streamer, if you know who Amaranth is, Amaranth knows who I am. Aiden Ross knows who I am. Action Man knows who I am. Oh, absolutely. Do you know who Amaranth is?
That's fucking crazy.
Right.
That's ironic. Yeah.
And basically, it's this growing wave that's coming of people who are interested in what I do, and other people understand what I'm doing. They're sick of war as well, and they want someone who basically has a neutral stance to be able to speak on behalf of the people of the world to say that we need to put down our arms, release hostages, and come to diplomatic negotiations everywhere in the world. There's no reason why I should put my hands on you, nor you put your hands on me without consent. And it's we treat other people the way that we want them to treat us, we can find a lot of peace in this world. And then from there, that's when we
So
can.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Where do you live? Do you live in the U.S.?
I do.
Do you live in the U.S.?
I do. Yeah, I'm based.
Which state?
I'm based out of Irvine, California. Welcome to our new friends. Welcome. We're just chilling with some new friends here. Feel free to get comfortable. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Oh, like 8.
Is anyone here looking for hot sex with me?
I'm looking for big BBC, and you look white as fuck.
So yeah, we're just.
Rabbi.
Yo, dog.
Yo, Rabbi.
Go ahead.
Rabbi.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Now, how long did you just sleep for, dog?
Like actually a little less than 8 hours.
Oh, damn. I thought you were sleeping like.
No, sometimes that happens, but no. I was up very late singing karaoke all night with a bunch of people, with like 40 different people. I like to sing karaoke.
I seen the live stream. Did you break the record?
Oh yeah, I've got the record by like years. Nobody has as much data as I have. So essentially, like to the people who are in here right now, just one moment. I'll send you my main link where you can see my life in 360 degrees. I have cameras all over, including a ceiling camera, and I've got cameras on my computer. Just one moment. I'm glad that you're all here. Thank you for joining.
Discord, you're live?
In Discord, I'm live. I'm live in like 14 different Discords concurrently. So in addition to mine,
You're live?
they're all
What computer are you running? Like, what's your?
I have like 33 different devices.
Rabbi Ron. What's your computer?
Oh, I have a lot of small computers, nothing major.
Just a bunch of. I thought you had like one master system that controlled everything.
No, I don't think that would be as effective because usually you can't be in simultaneous, like for instance, like Discord. You can't be in simultaneous Discords from one device usually.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, virtual machines.
Okay, I mean, I'm not essentially going to be able to do that in addition to 14 different YouTube streams. Even with virtual machines, I potentially have to have different IPs.
God damn. You need like one of those FBI fucking 13 giant monitors on your wall type shit.
I mean, I basically have that.
God damn, that's crazy.
Well,
So, what happens? I know it's like an interesting question. What happens when you want to jerk off?
yeah, that's a great question. Perhaps I retain. Perhaps I just do it under the covers, and anybody who has any questions can just wonder what I'm doing under the covers. That isn't to say that perhaps I've not done it in the open as well. I have, but when I do that, I lose my accounts. If you want to see it though, I have really no reservation. Yeah, go to Rabbi Rothschild 18 on Instagram. It's the pinned. You can see it. It's average. Just ask LeBron. So just perhaps. So just go to Rabbi Rothschild 18.
So you're saying you accidentally got? So you're telling me you accidentally fucked up your whole bot system because you showed your dick?
In the beginning, yeah. So,
you had to reset everything.
I got a bunch of different accounts banned because of that. So, but I do have a bunch of the content that was archived on redundant streams that I have. So I have a bunch of it on Instagram. So you can see it on Instagram. Yeah, I don't fuck around, man. I mean, I don't think it's a big deal. Frankly, I am someone who advocates for women. Here you go. So if I am a man and I do this, nothing's going to happen to me. But if I were to do that as a woman, I would lose all my accounts. I would lose my ability to provide for my family, perhaps, and provide for myself. And I think that that is de facto discrimination. I don't think it's right that we discriminate based on the color of someone's skin nor the content. Yep. You have to be 21 to be able to view it. Wow, look at that cloud. Jake, that was amazing.
And I got a bunch of things I can send you. I have multiple of these models.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, I'm good. For...
Shit. What happened? Oh, shot myself in the head. Was it like a or what? Was it like a suicide attempt? Yeah. Oh shit. That's wild. That is wild.
Well, Jake.
A while ago.
Well, Jake.
Yeah. I got a collection of parts in mason jars. I just had the like a label, you know, a date. Yeah, one for like everything you ate. Like parts, you know, your Subway parts. Yeah, exactly. Same thing, like, you know, wake up in the morning, morning wood parts. Yeah.
Jake.
You know, the fart before you piss.
Jake, if I heard you. Jake, if I heard you correctly.
This one's wash farts. We got blue green farts. Oh, there is a fart. Yeah, we got the pizza fart. Yeah, there's a scampi green fart. You guys put things up your butt.
So we're just chilling, watching Joe Rogan interview Quentin Tarantino. So feel free to watch along. If you have any questions, I'm here for you. Well, he's even more of a trip in this.
Quentin Tarantino's a trip.
He's even more of a trip in this interview. Here we go.
But the thing is, though, you'd walk in there and you know what? This super successful executive by being doubling down on the Rogan looks so fucked up. You kind of want to get the temperature and get a consensus going on. You get up and battle.
He does do drugs a bunch.
The key girl doesn't become the head of the development process by being the punk rock person, shooting for the swim songs. They're looking for raw stuff. But film people, the film geeks, the film, film buffs, the one thing they have is their opinion. And they have spent years defining their opinion. And they almost have nothing to show for their dedication to cinema other than their highly evolved opinion. So you put them in a room and say, well, what would you do? Well, you ask me,
No, I didn't say that. That's your fantasy, my man.
If you want to see it, just go to Rabbi Rothschild 18. Dude, if you're 13, then you're gonna get kicked out of here. So you better. How old are you?
Only to hear the sound of his own voice, he definitely has the strongest point of view. But for pushing to them,
invariably they hire you because you scare them.
It's not.
You're a little scary.
How old are you, Ludacris?
Like a little thrill to that.
And what year were you born?
19.
Okay, that's fine. But just make sure you're 18 to be in here. I don't want any children in here. From the fact that we talk a lot about sex and sexology and things, and that's not for children.
So, remember, do you think BBC is a Jewish psyop?
and so he, so he finds.
I have no opinion on that matter.
The assassin, and now he's.
I have no.
It's promoted on every porn website owned by a Jew, right? They just want to breed dumb kids to be on top. You know?
And the way he answers it, he realized the difference between him and that director. I realized
Alright, how old do you got to be?
18.
he's a real director because he sees the movie.
Yeah, rabbi.
He sees the movie.
Go ahead, my man.
The question I asked.
But what is the age? Like, what's the age limit in this server?
18.
And you can answer it. Oh, flower pot is green. Because he sees the entire picture. I don't. I just do my thoughts. I see it written. Right? But I don't see the movie in my head. I'm just doing my best with the written material.
He's the Comedy Central executive.
No, like, he's going to get something that's
What he was saying is exactly what happened to Chappelle. The Chappelle show, like they loved him. He's this wild dude, and then all of a sudden, this is too wild. This is becoming really successful. We can change you. They want him to stop saying the N-word. They want him to stop doing a bunch of different things on the show.
And we'll give you all this money if you roll over.
I need to stop saying the N-word.
$50 million.
Don't say that, man.
He's like,
I need to stop. No. Don't say that. Oh, I never said the N-word ever. Never.
Don't say that you can say the N-word because I don't understand it.
Yeah, Nick.
You know, when I was young, one of my first jobs was
That's the N-word.
he was, power turned off and stuff like constantly, and he was struggling to find things with Geraldo Rivera.
Doug, I don't need donations. Keep your money. Just go to Rabbi Rothschild 18, and you can see the whole show.
So the doll could do aerobics on that little
So you have
and so, I'm a PA working for him. A driver, I'm running around town, my car is like transmissions going out. I'm trying to figure out what am I going to do. It's not what I want to do. I don't want to work on cops, but like I need a job. And so I go in and I meet with John, he's a customer of ours, and father to me. And I go into his office.
what's good with y'all?
Big part of y'all doing. It started because of a writer's strike. Writers control Fox. That show has no writers. So they ordered this thing. He went from nothing to.
We're just chilling. I'm gonna sing karaoke pretty soon, but I'm just watching this Joe Rogan, seeing what's good in the world.
So do you like religiously watch Joe Rogan?
No, I just turned him on.
And his first idea was it wasn't called Fox.
Why is it Jewish? Words on the screen.
It's Yiddish.
Yeah, Jewish.
In case we have any Yiddish people who are watching this in the future, it will translate for them. No, I mean you can call it Jewish. That's fine. It's Yiddish. It's essentially a combination of Hebrew and German. or as Billy Crystal calls it.
And so I started to talk.
Yeah, I'm live on 8 different YouTubes, or 12 different YouTubes right now.
Just tell people you're different. Put yourself in that. Otherwise, people will just pigeonhole you. They'll just say that's who he is.
You're not supposed to.
Just tell people who you are. So I thought about
Like,
it.
what's the line of like what you're not allowed to say?
Really, you can go to YouTube and read their terms and conditions, and you can tell us.
Walked out. I mean, I gave it notice.
Shit, man, I might just have to do that.
Hey, whatever floats your boat, big dog.
If a black guy yeah, like if you're skin, how do you skin recognition?
Dog, just go to YouTube and read what they say. And frankly,
Once you figure it out, tell me, because there's no rhyme or reason to what can be said or what you can and can't do. It's basically
up to their censors.
I told people what I was and what I was doing, and eventually it stuck. Eventually,
You know, it'd be really funny if that guy like random
end up going into a room and pitching your idea and they'll say no. Well, then they see you at camp running around, trying to do
start
boarding
jumping
sales.
around,
It is a good idea.
breaking shit,
That was all, it was just
and then jump back on the bed and fall back.
when no one else was.
Now that's a real fun story.
Listen out, short your glasses. Yeah, or just wake up at like 2 a.m., grab a bottle of vodka next to your bed that's full of water, and chug it like you're drinking vodka, and then fall back asleep.
When I got the deal that's our dog.
Now that's a patriot right there.
And they started.
Like, I would pay for that content.
But he got his movie off the ground. He's actually making his movie. He's not as a business story.
And, add some like uncovered out in the open action.
Do you have a gun? You own a gun?
No.
Yeah, shoot that fucker at your ceiling like 2 a.m.
Really?
It's actually happening. Yeah.
I'll donate you $10 to your dog.
I don't need your donations, so I'm good.
No, dude. Like, donate you $10
If you want to see my butt, go to Bible Rabbi 13 on Instagram, and you can see my butt.
Doug, where have you been? I told you I have 200 different Instagram accounts.
Yeah, like a lot of he was talking about
Yeah, so I've got 100 different YouTube accounts, 200 different Instagram accounts, 300 different Twitch accounts, 1,000 different TikTok accounts, 2,000 different Twitter accounts, and 10,000 different Kick accounts.
I kept a really super detailed journal about everything that's going on around me, and it became a really, it was a very intense experience.
Yo, how do you like go in general?
yeah.
I don't allow people to go in general chat, not because I don't want people to talk, but when I allow people in there, they just post like, well, not. I had an incident that happened where somebody posted a GIF of somebody circumcising themselves, which was very bloody, and they posted it all throughout my Discord server. So I stopped. Yeah, there you go. So if you want to just type anything you want, go in. There's a free speech channel and a self-promotion channel. Put whatever you want in there.
I've never wanted to write, but then when everything was taken away, and I've never felt.
Where do I have to go again?
It's called Free Speech Channel.
Yeah,
But if you look where all these VCs are, if you look at the chat, there's all kinds of stuff in there.
Just go to the search.
Very smart. Very smart.
I really, really became my escape.
Oh my god, I found it.
Fall into things. Travel into another world. And then also, people find out you're a writer and they're like, hey man, would you write my,
you guys want to see this?
So,
Sure, send me it.
Put it on my screen.
Which one?
Robin Hood scripts, all right? That's your way to get out of
Oh, the shot.
cell is to write his Robin Hood scripts.
Well, there's a book card.
I don't see anything. Yeah, I can see your screen, but there's nothing there. It's just a black screen. Oh. Oh shit.
Wait, hold on. Let me see this.
Oh wait.
Wait, Golden.
That moment you fucked up. Damn, you really weren't lying about having a BBC.
Thanks, big dog.
Are you a left-hand character?
Fuck no.
Are you a left-hand character?
Fuck no.
You're not?
No.
It's fucking lame.
You mean like the stranger?
You start using it.
The wretches that he has to leave behind because they're too wretched to even come out. Like how bad the prison is, and what you see inside, and his observations. I was thinking about the entire experience now, but it was such a
Perhaps.
I'm adapting this because I'm feeling it right now. I'm feeling like what it's like. I'm feeling what it's like to have soul, but I nevertheless.
I'm terrified.
And so I started writing, my version of Robin Hood, and with pencil and paper.
That's
And
below
as
it.
I'm writing it, I was looking at pages the other day, and there's like all over it. Like on every page, it's like, holy crap! It's like when you're writing like that, and you're feeling that much. It's not a bad thing to cry when you're writing. Yeah, it's like thank God I'm feeling. Like I'm feeling something, and it's traveling into the page. And also because I've been working later in Hollywood for a long time, I had fallen into the very bad habit of composing on my computer at that time. Like one of those assholes who goes to Starbucks. And,
Yeah, you can put a camera in your bathroom.
and so I'm sitting there.
Cool, dog.
I get well, writing by hand.
You can put printing on like Saturday.
It reconnected me.
Cool. I am on adult sites.
Pencil to paper, and it reminded
Because
me
like
that
if you go there, you can
write
like
something down.
pay
You
like
might pick
$50
relationships, but I consider it a magnet.
Yeah, I understand. I don't need their money, so I'm good.
And also, when you type it into the computer, that's a process of rewriting. And so
What do you do for money,
there's
Snowbird?
this entire.
I am a certified project management professional, so I complete tech projects for companies and different organizations.
Do they know that you post videos of you masturbating?
I mean, it hasn't come up. Actually, some of them do. Yeah, at least a few of them do because they've been cryptocurrencies. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth $300 million. And yeah, they know all about it.
So there's more thinking. I feel like when you have more thinking, there's more of a different ways to alternate branch off of your ideas. I don't think.
Do you actually like have sex with females, or do you just masturbate online?
Doug, I lose count at 42.
Times you masturbate?
No, bitches I fucked. After 42, they all just run together.
He literally had 42. 46 times. Wait, 42 times a day?
No. The most amount of times in a day is 28. And that's all on camera. Yeah, 28. It was unbelievable. But and it was on camera, so it's verified. But no, it was more than once an hour. So yeah, it's all on camera. But when it comes to chicks, I lose track of the amount of chicks who I fuck at 42. After that, they all run together. Pardon me?
Are they prostitutes?
No,
And then that's the starting point.
no, these are consenting women who I meet at bars. Guys, I can't. I'm not. I'm just gonna turn you down. I can't hear when I'm trying to talk to you guys. You just interrupt me.
Either typing or whatever. Is it you doing that 8-page thing on transportation, or is it more likely that you're just pacing around, doing a running monologue on transportation?
Well, sitting still, right? That's true. The thing about typing is I type good. So not great, but I don't have to look at keys. I don't type it good. And if I have a good laptop with a good tab that has a lot of finger travel, do it. And I get into like a zone. And then it's just about like
You actually do right now.
yeah. And then it's just about stuff, but they don't always come out the same way. Because sometimes when you bring them out on stage, the moment lets you know this is not the way to go, it's this way. And then all of a sudden you're like, God, how did I not see that in front of the computer? Because you weren't in that vibe of the crowd. Like it's a, you don't do it on your own. You have to do it with them. It's like the one art form that literally cannot be practiced solitary. You have to do it. So when I write like that. But I also write things down on pieces of paper. Or I also write like whenever if I have an idea, I gotta catch it. Well, they're not going to give you that computer, Joe. You're going to be forced to write it on pencil, and that's going to be an okay experience. But what is it that it makes it to you like the hand of God? Like, what is it about writing on paper?
My little analogy of it is can't write poetry.
Why not?
Well, because I'm going for a rhythm.
Right.
I'm going for a rhythm, and there's a connection between my chicken scratch and this paper and this pen as opposed to this other thing. And the more unintelligible and only I can read it, the more legit it kind of is. And the thing is, and it's bomb. It's absolutely bomb. Okay, when you write by hand, you overwrite. You're way overwrite.
Yeah.
You're just getting it out there. You're getting it out there. Then after all the bombing happens, then you sit down with a typewriter, and then you sit down with a thing, and now you take the bomb and you change it. And now you make the sentences work. And now there's more creativity. There's stuff there. Okay, now you come up and now you make it work like a writer. Now you make the page work. Now you make the sentence. Can we stop for a second?
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah. You want to have some instruction?
he didn't do anything fun.
On your own show, I will have a cigar. True. Really? Well, maybe I should talk about it. Talk about. Are we on? Can I go? Yeah, I didn't do anything fun. Don't do anything fun. Well, that's the one thing.
I thought that was better. That was cool. I was like, is that a cutter or is that brass?
We should talk about it. I don't know. Well, after what happened to I should probably tell the whole story, and maybe I eventually will. I went to jail for a DUI-related incident because manslaughter, and my passengers died. And after that, and going to jail and whatnot,
I know the first guy to get drunk.
yeah, that's kind of what it is. If I go to a party or something like that, I don't want to be seen holding a drink with, even with water in it.
I'm kidding, but I get it.
Yeah, of course. And
Fluid and stuff together. But then you have the fact that he's vegetarian. I mean, all of them.
you're vegetarian. Why do you do that? That happens. That happened to a friend of mine. Sneaks out burgers in the house. I also have a kind of it's kind of like an animal thing. I had chickens before that. And, you know what it's like? Chickens are like cats, you know, the back scratches and stuff. I just couldn't, like, after a while, I just couldn't do it.
Yeah. There's people that are feral. You're a man feral person, you don't want to let them sleep in your house. Yeah, right. You met a wild, crazy person, you're in jail. So push that thing up. You had it right. You had it right. Yeah, yeah, push that up. Right, I'm sorry, push it down. Yeah, sorry. Hey, like, yeah, great. Foundation Cigar, shout out. You've been around feral people, right? You don't want feral people living in your house. You don't want to take some murderer and give him your car and let him come and sleep in your room. Yeah, it's different. Yeah, I was thinking about wild pigs. Wild pigs are like little demons. They make like orcs sounds. Wild pigs are wild pigs. I get it. Yeah, like instead of there are people who are like that also. My point is, domesticated people are awesome. Yeah, domesticated people like yourself and myself, we're fun to be around. We're nice people. Rob, kill you. There's a difference. With the wild is it's different. So I understand that you wouldn't want animals to date each other, and it's just this bizarre cycle of life. I think it's where you're getting your animals from. Are you getting your animals from like this mass factory? Well, that's the other part of it. That's the other part of it is I think there's a line in the Highlander too, where Sean Connery says, "I don't eat anything that I cannot identify." And I kind of feel like that as well. Like I don't have a lot of trust for large industrial, but you can get meat from like a farm. Like you get it from a ranch. You can go to one of those. They have those. What are those farmers market type deals? Oh yeah, and meet a rancher. And I am not like one of these people who are like, oh, never. Like, if I am in the right place, in the right environment, and the right food is like if there's on an island in Greece, the guy comes up from the boat with a basket of fish. Which one would you like? Right. Oh, that one. Yeah. Sure. Right. Like, these two eggs. Oh yeah. Right. Okay. So you guys style. Yeah, that's good. So you're talking about getting what you need. As long as you eat eggs, I tell people, like, eggs are free. No one's getting hurt. Especially if you have your own chickens. That's the greatest thing in the world. We have 15 chickens. There's nothing like straight chicken. Oh, it's great. Nothing. It's also it's karma free. Like the chickens are having a good time. No one's getting hurt. Like they're all like treated like pets. Like hey girls. I actually say that. I've always actually thought that I think God intended me to have like a chicken. It's like one chicken. Yeah. And just like treat it like a dog and treat it, hey, that's my chicken, he hangs around. You gotta get a couple of them. They need to have a pecking order. Yeah. They like to hang out with each other. Goebbels figured that one out. Yeah, they use a chicken farm. Those are really cool. Chicken farm. That's how he worked out all of his policies in the camps. So we shouldn't talk about that. Like that's chicken farm. It's just they have like the name Adolf, right? You can't use it anymore. There's a kid can't have that mustache anymore. Can't have that cool mustache. Remember Michael Jordan tried for a little while? Yeah. Like that's how competitive that guy is. Like fuck that, I'm gonna wear that mustache. He had a Hitler for a while. I think I can make it happen. I'll make it happen. He just decided he could afford it for real. As far as writing in jail, I'm just thinking about it right now. One of the other things I had to contend with was they would confiscate anything that I wrote. So, like once a week or once every 2 weeks or so. Why would they do that? Was it illegal to write? I was considered a security threat by what I was writing. And because you were telling me about what was going on. It was that, and then when they sent me in, I was placed in this solitary confinement thing, like the whole. And, you're in there, and I'd never been in anything like that before in my life. I was thinking, this is like fucking Guantanamo. They made me think about it. I got due process of things. And so I'm in this like crazy Kafkaesque, mechanized, totalitarian environment. You're in a room where you have your window and the lights are on 24/7. And, I don't care what anybody says. You go to a room 3 days without the sound and the understanding of time, you go crazy after
insane. They broke after 2 days. I was like, oh, just yoga, meditate, no problem. After a while, the lights are on 24/7, and it's like being inside of a seashell. You go slowly nuts. Is that by design? Oh yeah, for sure. It's by design. It's like goes into and so about once a week, like when I was in population, about once a week, in the middle of the night, the lights are down, something like come on bright. Lights are always on. Lights come on bright, and suddenly a bunch of guards come rushing in through the doors, storm into the tank, into the section, and they pull everybody out of their cells and strip everybody naked, put you up against the wall, so you're up there essential. Like everybody's suddenly you're all one moment you're being kept separate, next thing you're all naked together sitting up against the wall, and they're going through everybody's cell. They're just ripping your cell apart, looking for any. Usually they're looking for tar heroin, a shank, or a weapon of some kind, or cell phones, anything. Like they're looking for anything that's considered contraband. Okay, for me, they were looking at my writing because when I was in solitary at that time, I was like literally on kite. So kite is a requisition camp. If you send out to the guys, you're not allowed to talk to the guys. You don't want to talk to them. Tell them what you want on the kite, and give them the kite, and they take it off, and they leave it. So they'll never have one answer. And so, um, they come in, they strip everybody naked, they take all your clothes. They're other the guys that were doing a laundry exchange. So everybody gets new clothes and gives up big baggy pants and something too small for you. And they would look for contraband for everybody. Well, with me, they would look for whatever I was writing. Because when I was in solitary, I was writing, like maps. I would map the place like a fucking idiot. Like I still was, I'm writing about ice and party for Garlic. I saw him watching, literally saw him watching a little TV, Nazi propaganda, like Triumph of the Will. It was playing on his TV. He was watching it. So they didn't want me writing all my stuff. They were like, that guy's a fucking threat. And he get whatever he's written. And so I noticed that whenever I was taken out of my cell to shower, to the yard, to whatever, that they would come in and just take whatever I had written. So I learned that they couldn't take or open letters to my attorney. And so, because it's privilege. And so what I would do is I would just write, and then whenever I had to leave my cell, like the yard, or if they were raiding the cells, taking everybody out, looking for contraband, I would just quickly seal the envelope. My writing would go in. I always left it working in the letter to my attorney, and then as soon as they was raided, I would just seal the envelope, and then that would go out. And send that letter to my daughter, who would then type up the pages that I was writing. So that's how I wrote several scripts. Wow. And yeah, because what you where did you publish it? I don't remember where I was reading it. Well, was it I had several. Okay, so first of all, I was placed. I was sentenced to go to a low security, like a country club facility. I went to a low security facility, and I went in there, and you have access to stuff. It's more like a camp almost. You're there, incarcerated, but it's a light incarceration almost. And I had access to a cell phone, and so I started tweeting. These were the early days of Twitter, and so I started tweeting. Oh, we found car heroin. Someone, how'd you sell? They grabbed him off. Oh, they this happened over here. Oh, the so and so shared so and so. Oh, they rolled up so and so, taken away. I was like tweeting this stuff, and this is the early days of Twitter, and Roger Ebert, who was like at that time the biggest on Twitter, was following me, and he put me on blast. Like he suddenly decided that he would tell everything, and like all of a sudden one day overnight, like the story kind of went everywhere in the world. He put you on blast in a positive way. Well, he just told everybody that this is happening. Somebody is Roger Avery, a Catholic Muslim writer, and tweeting from behind bars. At the time, now it's like people do it all the time. People like Suge Knight's doing podcasts. I got a friend who's one of those January 6 guys, and he's sends me like tweets all the time. Like he's got a friend that's January 6 now. Yeah, you got a friend who's January 6. Well, he's still there. He's like hundreds of days in jail without any kind of without trial. Yeah. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but like, that's not how it's supposed to be. It's not how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to have a due process of some kind. Well, especially when you watch the actual footage of how it went down. Oh, I watched it live, and there was that guy, that Antifa guy, waving people in, and like moving them in. They were moving the blockade things. They were moving around, and cops were waving people in. They were opening the doors for people. I want you to think about it this way: in the most heavily armed nation the world has ever known, why would you have an insurrection with no guns? They're gonna have guns. Machine guns. Those guys weren't planning on an insurrection. No. And then you have the factor that there was agents in the crowd, and we don't know how many. There's government agents in the crowd that were inciting people to go in. Yeah. That's what they do. And I want to know who that cop was who shot that woman. Yeah. What about that? Yeah. That whole thing's crazy. Yeah. The whole thing's crazy. And then there's this thing that cops died. That cops died that day. That's not true. Yeah. The cop who died of a stroke. And I believe it was a stroke or a heart attack. But like everything, there's a lot of misinformation being given to us by the news. But it gets attributed to it, sort of like when, anything happens to anyone 4 years after the vaccine, they attribute it to the vaccine. Oh, yeah. Could have been the guy just had a fucking heart attack. But this guy who was a cop, he did not die. He was not killed by the protesters. If you watch the video of the shaman dude with the fucking buffalo hat, they're walking him around. The cops are showing him around. They're guiding him. How would you ever think that is going to let you wind up in jail? How would you ever think that if you're an unsophisticated guy who was wearing fucking face paint and you're kind of a goof, which then you're part of a movement, which is really scary. You get a part of a movement, we're all doing it. And then you've got literal government agents encouraging you to do it, moving barriers, letting you in. They were playing chess, and these idiots were playing checkers. Yeah, and they all got locked up. Yeah, because nobody was doing an insurrection. It wasn't an insurrection. You don't do an insurrection without weapons. The law is crazy. There was no presumption that there was going to be any kind of that you were going to get thrown in jail for 1,000 years. So my pal Jay, what I'm saying is he's been there forever. And every now and then I get a picture of him. He's been in look, I deserve to go to jail. That guy doesn't. Right? And most of those guys. Yeah, I think it was a bad decision. Certainly going to the Capitol was a bad decision to smash windows. But I want to know who people have been smashing things like for a whole year before that. Right. That's a very good point. It's like we were a culture of smashing things at that time. It's also as soon as you find out that there were government agents that may or may not have incited people to go in, the whole thing fucking changes. Like, what are you trying to do? Are you there to serve and protect, or is there some other weird shit going on? Because it seems like there is, and no one wants to talk about it because you don't want to be that guy. But at a certain point in time, you should be that guy. What's going on, man? There comes a point where men of good conscience must stand up and speak out against things that are obviously wrong. Yeah, and that is one of them. Yeah, that is one of them. It's a big one. It's a weird one. And there's all this pushback about Trump getting into office. He said one of the first things he said was he's going to release all the January 6th prisoners. How long do you think they should be? Who's opposed? They should at least be going to trial. Yes, you should at least be going to trial. Right? It is unconscionable to hold somebody for over a year, 2 years.
Well, the thing is, the government has always had a situation where we talked about in our episode on the Anderson trial. Is the one charge that the government can put against you when they don't need direct evidence is conspiracy. If they arrest you for conspiracy, that means they don't have direct evidence. They don't need to know. Well, by the way, when I was that's what they got answered. Right. wanted to know the answer to. So I got Tom's number and I called him up and I was able to ask him some really super like direct questions that could really help my book.
It's crazy fucking story. Oh, when I was in jail, I found out they record everything. They're just constantly recording. And so somebody's in there well, that's conspiracy. And so they'll wait and like, oh, you're about to get out. And like, they'll literally start walking out like, stop. Oh, God. Remember that thing you said about conspiracy? Let's play that back for you. Oh, God. Or what you said about killing the DA? Well, that's one way. You're going back to trial. That happened a lot. But it's also...
They put guys in your cell and get you talking about shit.
Oh, yeah, that happens right away. They're trying to get you to criminate yourself. What a fun game. What a fun game. Serve and protect. And criminate people. Well,
Yo, dog.
I had as comfortable confirmed. I have my authority issues. I always have. I'm suspicious of anyone in power. And, yeah, it's intoxicating.
It's really like this. When Rod was part of the thing on our show, I'm getting back to what Rod was saying. When we do our show, we talk about free movies, like pick free video cassettes.
The show we're talking about is the Video Test Podcast. Yes.
It's our second
Patreon.com/video.
But the thing is, all right, so it's like there's the main movies and there's that second movie that's like kind of like the main movie, but probably you don't know that much about it. Some wild exploitation thing that I was watching. And one of the things about our show is I would say, hey, Roger, so find these movies and you watch them and I'll watch them and we'll get together and we'll do it on the phone too. All right, we get together to watch the movies together.
Part of it is the experience of being together and watching the movie together. Watching it through his eyes.
The reason we came up with the idea of the show is like when we reconnected, started doing what we used to do
during the pandemic.
Yeah, and then we were sort of like, well, hey, let's come up with a way where we can get paid to do this, right? So me and Mike will get together and we'll watch 40 movies, sometimes even 4, and then we'll get together and we have a day off, and then we get together on another day, and then we record, and we're always in the film when we do it. But the thing is, so to watch the film, I've kind of learned that, like, Roger, are you starting? It's 3 movies we're going to watch. I am starting the first movie 20 minutes after you get here. Because Roger will just get off of some arcade piece of fame.
They're in the split!
And the next thing you know, all right, it's been an hour and 15 minutes later, and you're getting further and further and further away, all right, from the alchemy we're trying to create with the first movie. In 20 minutes, I'm getting played. So wrap it up.
That's the problem with podcasts. People come over sometimes. We have some of the best conversations before the podcast. Yeah. So now I have to be rude. I'm like, stop. Stop talking. Come on in. It's catch that. Yeah. Catch it. You gotta catch it because it is weird. It's a weird thing. It's a beautiful thing though because it's so open. There's no studio people.
Yeah. No, even the idea. The idea that this has replaced the talk show that we grew up watching and it's like goes into a team. Yeah. The fact that podcasting is king of it, the fact that podcasting has replaced that, but also the fact that anybody that's got something intelligent, has got a cool little setup, has got an interesting personality, and they can tell an interesting conversation. Theoretically, you can start a podcast.
100%. Yeah. The barrier to entry is so low. Think about the barrier to entry when you wanted to be a director.
Oh, yeah.
It's fucking crazy. Yeah. Not only that, like the old days of television, like Desi Lou, we own our content. Like you own your content. Yeah. And never mind that it's a podcast. I'm okay with that. I like the fact that this is something where, for the first time in my life at least, I'm involved with something where there's nobody else. It's me and Quentin who decide everything. Yeah. And if Quentin wants to do it, we go there. If I want to do it, we go there. I talked to Quentin. Quentin allows it, we go there. used the kill switch. You used it on your own.
I use it on myself.
You use it on yourself. You actually haven't used it like one of my things that I've wanted to do. Come over here, we're doing the same thing we used to do. We used to sit around and talk about movies. And so during the pandemic, when we hadn't talked, we had bumped into each other, but we hadn't really. We had a little bit of we had a falling out. I call it a sort of a business-related falling out. Maybe if I had been a little more mature, I was young as a filmmaker, and probably unprepared to deal with the complexities and agents and attorneys and Hollywood and money and film, the press's agenda, and all of that. I was just approaching it like I'm a SoCal Gen X punk filmmaker. That was how I approached it. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want to do. I'm going to make the movie that I want to make, and with that attitude of, I know what I want, I know what's right, and nobody can tell me I'm wrong. Because you have to be a little bit of a maniac to realize that. You have to be willing to say, no, I'm right, even when everyone's telling you you're wrong. And Joker 2 got made?
I like Joker 2. I like Joker 2. I know you did.
I like Joker 2. I haven't seen it. I'm just fucking around.
I will defend Joker 2.
Yeah, I'll defend him as well.
I have to like 84 fucking press on that.
I think to watch it and then talk to you about it afterwards. Tim Dillon says the worst fucking movie that's ever been made, and he did it.
Yeah, that may have colored his perception.
No, but Tim thinks everything sucks. Like the beauty of shit. No matter what everybody's saying is amazing, like Tim loves to talk shit about Austin.
The funniest thing that I've heard for a while on YouTube, when I was listening to you guys talk, he's a guy, I never really listened to his show or anything like that.
Fucking really.
But when he was on Grizzly talking about the election, and when he described Tim Walz as like, well, that guy's a goofball that just should be at a county fair eating hot dogs. I laughed at him too. I went back about 3 different times. I thought that was such a funny comment.
He's always funny. He said it sounds like Kamala Harris is doing voodoo curses. She's doing gypsy curses.
She speaks in gypsy curses.
And he always does the show with his fucking crazy glasses on, like that's his new thing. If you ever watch his show, it's the best because it's literally just him ranting and a producer. And the ability to rant as a singleton operator, as a fucking lone person out there without anybody to bounce ideas off of, is a rare talent. And he's the best at it I've ever seen. Bill Burr's really good at it as well, but Tim Dillon is the best at it I've ever seen. He's so fucking good at it, and he's just basically performing to one person who's his producer. And it's just ranting. And so because of that, he's got this crazy muscle that he's developed for years of doing that, where he just rants about all these different things, but it's fucking brilliant. I like it. Oh, yeah, that's well, that's the great thing about you guys doing a podcast together. What I was going to get to is like, in the beginning, you're talking about replacing the talk show. Well, fucking, you guys replaced Siskel and Ebert, right? Because Siskel and Ebert wanted to do it. Well, it's actually the agenda that Quentin proposed to. Well, both those guys are gone. I love watching these videos of like outtakes of those guys who like
Bitching at each other.
They fucking hate each other. They were so shitty to each other. And then they had to be smiley and what a bullshit way to live. Remember when Vincent Gallo wished testicular cancer on Roger Ebert and then he got it? Do you remember that? Cancer in his mouth. He lost his jaw. His jawbone. That was Vincent Gallo cursing. He apologized after he wrote it.
I think that Brown Bunny is the worst song to ever play in the history of pop culture.
That's exactly what happened. And then he went and he cursed him, and then the curse came true, and then he regretted it. I talked to him, he was like, I wish I'd never done this. That movie, Brown Bunny, I want to talk about that. Because I've always thought it's so strange that we can show violence, but we can't show sex. And I know they tried to do that with, like, you ever see the lines outside the movie in Deep Throat? Carson was in that. Johnny Carson went to see Deep Throat in a pub.
I heard some big coffee lines at midnight.
Because people didn't know what they were seeing. It hadn't been defined as a genre. There was nudie movies that people watch the stag parties.
And there was that little moment in '73 when there was porno chic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Stallone did Italian Italian.
Yeah, that was the popular thing. This was, and everyone had to kind of see it, and like, oh, hey, maybe this will be a thing.
Right.
Maybe this will be a thing now. That like one or three or four horror movies will come out every year. That'll be like considered like real movies. Right. A couple will go see. Yeah. And that was the whole thing. Was promoting the idea of couples going to see either porno films or just heavily erotic movies.
Right.
Like for sexy nights.
Yeah. Not like kind of spiffle. Not like kind of spiffle.
No. Sexy night. We're gonna have a sexy night. We're gonna go out and then we'll go home and we'll take care of business.
Right. Yeah. But
it really happened. But there was this hope in the early '70s that could happen.
Well, it's fascinating that it didn't happen because what I was going to get to is like violence. We don't have any problem with it. But we all agree that consensual sex is way better than someone getting shot in the face. But people get shot in the face in movies constantly. You see heads explode and arms get lopped off. And Game of Thrones. It's constant. I think it actually got too far. I mean, it's not for me. Well, it's not that violence has gone too far. It's the meaningless violence. There's been violence without purpose, almost. And I started to recognize this during Walking Dead. But really, Game of Thrones, like you mentioned Game of Thrones. Like, I loved Game of Thrones at first. And then I started realizing, wait a minute, like, they're getting off on me falling in love with characters. And then the moment I fall in love with a character, suddenly they're vivisecting their genitals. It's like... and then the cycle begins. You fall in love with a different character, and then they're killing them, and they're just doing it like statistically because there's nowhere to go other than that. They're pushing the ceiling higher and higher, sort of. But also, if you were living in that world, that would be reality. Nobody lived forever and became a hero of the fucking movie. There's no heroes back then. Everybody's getting gutted. They're getting usurped. They're thrown into a dungeon. Yeah. People get you're out. It's just you're getting eaten by dogs. And now you have to find really get so bad. But television, at least the television I grew up with, was all about like the familiarity of returning to the characters you love. Yeah, but there was plenty of characters, and you did get to return to the ones that stuck around and didn't get their heads off. I just wish I killed other characters. Anyone else did that. I love that. Let me give you another example. Everyone talks about how great television is now, and it's pretty good. I gotta say, it's pretty good, but it's still television. And what's the difference between television and a good movie? Because a lot of the TV now has the patina of a movie. All right, they're using cinematic language, all right, to get you caught up in. And obviously, I'm talking about good shows. I'm talking about shows that you're Ozark. Shows that you're compelled to watch. Right. All right. And so, I'll use an example of the show. I'll use Yellowstone. I didn't really get around to watching Yellowstone the first 3 years or so, and then I watched like the first. Wow, this is fucking great! I'm always listening to Kevin Costner. He's fucking wonderful. All right, and I got really caught up in the show and everything, and all of a sudden I'm having a good time, and I've got a couple seasons I haven't seen, so I'm watching it, and in the first season, I'm kind of talking like a movie. He's the guy who writes it. He's a good writer. He's good, like punchy monologue and stuff. So then I ended up watching like 3 seasons of it, and then I even watched that 1883. It was this was a good Western show, like Western. But then after I've watched like 2 or 3 seasons or 1 season of 1883, but while I'm watching it, I am compelled. I'm caught up in it. But at the end of the day, it's all just a soap opera. They've introduced you to a bunch of characters. You actually kind of know all their backstories. You know everybody's connection with everybody else. And they spend some time selling that up. And then everything else, everything is just the compellingness of the soap opera. Right. Of what's happening to this character. Well, I'll tell you. Because the thing is, if you watch Edge of Night, Monday through Friday, you get caught up
the drama, the family, right? But you don't remember it 5 years from now. You're caught up into the minutia of it as a moment. All right. So the difference between is I'll see a good Western movie and I'll remember it for the rest of my life. I'll remember the story. I'll remember this scene or that scene. It built to an emotional climax to some degree. And once the story is good, it's not just about the interpersonal relationship. The story is good itself, but there's a payoff to it. But there's not a payoff on this stuff. It's just more interconnectional drama. And while I'm watching it, that's good enough. But when it's over, I couldn't tell you. I can remember who the bad guy was in the first season of Yellowstone because it was Danny Houston. I remember him in it. But I don't remember any of the details of it. And I don't remember any of the bad guys for season 2 or season 3. It's out of my head. It's just completely out. The same thing with 1883. When I watched the whole thing, and that was like that seemed like a movie, except I don't remember. I mean, Sam Elliott's the only thing I really remember of it when it was finished. But now, Red River, I remember for the rest of my life.
Isn't that though because it's a different thing, right? Because when you go to a film is designed for one sitting. You sit down in the theater, you're going to get the entire encapsulation of what happens to these characters.
Okay, I'll give you an example of one that is more than a soap opera. You'll say, and here's the difference. Here's the difference. Okay, yeah, you can say that. Look, there's a soap opera business, but I'll tell you one that's not. Okay, if you watch that first season of, now here's one that really works like this. If you watch the first season of Homeland.
Oh yeah.
That first season of Homeland.
First season is incredible.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
very good.
when it gets to that final episode of the first season, and you got the suicide vest on, and he's in the room, he can kill the guys that he's been waiting for to do it for the whole movie, and you don't want him to die. You kind of rooted him, and you kind of want him to pull it off. And then his daughter calls him on the phone before he does it. She doesn't know what he's going to do, but she gets that little sense from him that something weird is Dad, you need to tell me that you're going to come home right now. You need to tell me right now that I will see you later tonight. And the entire series has been built to this scene. And it's one of the most emotional scenes I've ever seen in a movie, in a TV show I've ever seen dramatized. I've ever seen dramatized. Now, that was a movie. Right. That was not a soap opera. That's built to this moment of him being in that fucking room with a suicide vest on. And there was complexity. She doesn't know what she's asking, but we do.
Right.
She's stopping this major thing, and she'll never know that, but we do.
Right.
And he's still committed, but he's still committed to her, and we know that. That's just great shit. That's a movie.
Right. And can you do that every week?
Not everything you can do it every week, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, when the season's over, I need to walk away with more than just the soap opera.
An impactful moment.
Exactly. I don't expect you to do that every week, but at the end of the arc, if you're doing a continuing story, at the end of that fucking season, you need to, bam, drop the mic.
Yeah.
You need to tell me a fucking story, not just dot, 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 dot.
So,
And look, while I'm watching it, I'm not asking for that. But the fact that it all just disappears once it's over, and it's just sand on the beach.
It's a different thing, right? I mean, this is the weirdness.
Here's where it's not a different thing. Part of the thing that makes it different is the fact that everyone's watching these continuing stories.
Right.
Stories. Okay, if it were Bonanza, where it's just a setup story, Charles Bronson shows up. He's a half-breed Indian, and he's working at the Ponderosa for a while, and he gets involved in an adventure, and then at the end, it's done. Well, on that show, you have the episodes are maybe not so good, or the episodes are whatever.
It's not one continuous story.
But then you'll have this great episode with Charles Bronson. Or then you have a great episode with James Bond.
They're almost standalone.
That could have been a movie.
Yeah.
They could have expanded that to a movie.
Right. They're standalone instead of so long.
And the difference is that's episodic. It's a long ongoing story that leads to the soap opera.
Well, it's episodic. knows which one contains the cigarette ends.
Yeah, yeah.
And so, somebody's going in, they're pitching their show, even a really, really good show like Deadwood. Okay, Deadwood, I know what they probably went in, they pitched, and what they knew that they were going to make was Wild Bill, the Wild Bill story. And they got Carradine, and they know that story. And that show is fantastic as long as they're telling that story, which is like 60 episodes. Once he's gone, I don't think they had a plan. They That was what they pitched, and it was like they pitched a movie spread out over a number of episodes.
But it wasn't even the full season. Yeah, but by that point in time, they have all the town characters.
Well, I would maintain that for the rest of Deadwood, after Carradine's gone, it's just things are happening. Stuff is happening. But I don't remember anything about that show, other than the town, the various actors that I liked on the show. But really, all they had was those first 16 episodes. I don't remember exactly what it was.
And the thing about it is, I'm not. I don't feel that, and the sum up of it all is easy. It is very compelling while I'm watching it, but it just doesn't compare to a movie or story that stays with me for the rest of my life. In some cases,
Right. I know what you're saying.
and we'll watch a lot of. I try to watch at least one movie every episode that I haven't seen. And sometimes it's like, well, I haven't seen it since I was 12. Or I haven't seen it since.
Those are actually the scariest ones to watch because if you loved something when you were young, it's almost
well, I'm expecting not to. I'm tougher on stuff now than I used to be. Right? I the big champion stuff. So now I'm not such a champion. Now I see this problem here. Right? But I was watching it. I haven't seen since I was 22, and I felt like the day it opened. And I watch it. Yeah, I watch it again. I think I just love it.
Well, actually, I can jump in really quick if you want. What
I'm pointing like I'm selling it.
strong cigars. One of the movies we saw that we had seen a million times, and we didn't even think that it was going to be anything, was Dressed to Kill. Okay. Yeah, set it up. Yeah.
It was one of those things where we were doing a thing, a special episode with Eli Roth. We were taking the Italian Giallo thrillers and things. But what are the American versions of the Giallo thrillers? And we figured out there's like 4 of them. And one of them was Dressed to Kill. Yeah, and so we get together with Eli, and we're going to watch these 4 movies. And then it comes down to Dressed to Kill. And I can't even think about how many times I've seen Dressed to Kill. I can't even think how many times he's seen it. And how many times that Eli's seen it. We were just accused by the Palmer man. We were dancing out the man. So it was like, how many times? And so I almost brought up Dressed to Kill.
We had a little congress about it.
We got 3 movies. No, it's just one. That ended up being one of the greatest screenings of Dressed to Kill I've ever seen. All right, but in my living room, watching it with
on VHS,
Pan Scan. All right, the old Warner Brothers video. We watch them on we watch them on the actual video cassettes of video archives. All right.
Literally the tapes that we used to rent and handle and shuffle and put back and forth into the drawers and rent to customers and it's been sitting on the shelves with the number on it and everything.
We've seen the movie a bunch of times. There's something about watching it with the 3 of us and just sitting there and it's so good. But it was Roger who was adding to it. It was Eli that was adding to them.
Yeah.
And like we just have this like appreciation for the movie, watching it with the 3 of us in this situation. The fact that we considered not even watching it was just like sacrilege.
And we saw things in it that we had never seen before. That was the other thing.
Yeah.
I saw things during that screening because of feeling watching the movie with you guys that I had never thought of before. And so it opened up all sorts of avenues. And, most frequently you watch a movie and it doesn't live up. I'm afraid to watch movies again a lot of the time. And that was just one of those happy incidences where you really did tough. It stayed strong. Even when
I know. I mean, you could not. It'd be hard to pick a movie that I've seen as much as Dressed to Kill.
See, this is the better version. It's just what we were.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. The completely unproduced, uninfluenced version.
Well, I told Roger after we finished the first season, because Roger, if you do this the right way,
people that aren't aware of it yet. But they will come.
Yeah.
They will come. What I love about the way we're doing that is our first season we just put it out, and we had a partner with SiriusXM back then. And this season,
they kind of went out of business for their own podcasting thing a little bit.
Oh, did they? I think they Pandora now, right?
Yeah, they kind of turned into a
They
different thing.
They just changed their whole podcast deal with the quality management.
Yeah, they did, yeah.
So I guess they're trying to get back into it.
Well,
I think some other people as well.
They paid us a lot of money to do it, and we actually did pretty good for our little archaic little movie.
Yeah.
Show that goes on about 2 hours.
It's a really niche type.
Yeah, and we got to do Jaws. No, we don't.
But that's the best part of it. Do whatever the fuck you want.
That's exactly it. But the thing is, they were like, so we actually had about like 2 million listeners, which was like, hey, that was pretty good for us. For us doing our little stupid movie show all about VHS. And it's all about VHS. It's about the VHS.
And we're talking about the box art or VHS things.
We talk about the trailers that are in front of the movie. All right, and we talk about the transfer.
By the way, the movie VHS is one of my favorite.
Yeah.
The one with the devil lady.
Yeah. The three different stories.
But that one was worth it. Just sit through the other three for that one. The devil lady is fucking amazing.
But I think they were expecting us to do like
Session Penny.
They were going to do a Jack Shepherd kind of number. It's like, we're never going to do that with what we're doing.
Right. Yeah. And so we're talking good though. Yeah, people want to see it. They want to listen to it. It's just a matter of just getting out. They'll realize they want to hear it.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's like, oh, we want them to only talk about Citizen Kane. No. No, it's got to be whatever the fuck they actually want to talk about. So when you learn about that movie that you never heard about, maybe you go see it, and then you'll have a deeper appreciation of why these guys love movies.
But one of the things that was interesting when we did it, so when we made our deal, we're thinking, okay, well, maybe we'll do it here for 2 years, and we own the show, and then we want to take it to Patreon so we don't have to do commercials.
Right.
Okay. And now when I did commercials, I did it with a 70s DJ announcer voice, all right? Because I felt like such a sellout that I'm not going to do it in my voice.
Right.
The Dodson 750 is coming soon. The real Don Steele. That was my whole thing. Doing it like the real Don Steele.
I just did those readings like myself, and people started commenting on Twitter. They were like, "Man, Roger Avery." They're great, but I found myself doing stainless steel ads basically, and talking about solar stoves, and suddenly people on Twitter were saying Roger Avery will sell you sour milk from a sick cow. It's like, well, I don't know if I want to shilling stuff like that anymore. That's the only the ads that you want to do. I approve ads. I don't just let them give me every ad. I'm like, I can't do this. Well, I say it all the time. We're not even under that kind of pressure now.
Yeah. The thing about it, I thought it would be kind of cool. Is you go to Pixel, we'll lose a whole bunch of business, but we'll put a 40-minute version of the show out there for free. If you want to get the whole show, then you gotta subscribe, and if you subscribe, you get the show. You pay $5, you get our show, boom. And if you pay $8, then you get an extra special show that you do. And
there's still a truncated version of it available for everybody to listen to. Like the first part of it, come from the rest.
But the thing is, though, is what I like. Some people are sort of like, hey, book was like, oh, big money. All right, and look, I get it. I'm the guy that in my 20s was going to go to happy hour at the bar. All right, and nurse a beer while I ate all the pizza and chicken wings. That was my dinner.
Yeah.
So I get it. And by the way, if you want to wait till the end of our season and then join for a month and listen to all of our shows that way, you can. That's an easy way to do it. You can get everything for free for a month. You get everything you want in a month. But that's not what we're doing. We're doing it for the people who care about the show and are subscribing to it. And those people, those are our audience.
Right.
And then they write a message board and we write them back. those people, and as long as we can make enough to just do the show, we're cool.
And the general feeling is, well, this is like a $5 film school because you've got a couple of guys talking about movies and talking about how to watch movies, how to appreciate films, how to read a film, and then
And hopefully just genuinely compelling discussion.
and using our experience as filmmakers to discuss even deeper into the movies and to better understand them. And it largely something has happened in culture where people we don't know how to argue anymore. But like we don't know how to enjoy an argument with each other before. And so Quentin and I, we don't have to like the same. Just like this movie, we have to like it. But we can argue about something, and then afterwards it's like, okay, let's go karaoke now.
It's not a recommendation. We want to pick 3 movies and we want to discuss them.
Yeah.
And
you don't have to like it.
Even if you don't like the movie, if there's an interesting point of discussion about it, well, that's good. That's all we need. We just need an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
To have about it. It's not about who recommends you watch this.
Right.
Personally, I don't care if anybody watches any of the movies that we talk about. I want them to listen to the show and enjoy our back and forth.
You need to understand how you appreciate movies.
Yeah, if you want to go out and check the movies out afterwards, fine, go ahead. But I don't care if you're going to not.
And we have a really dedicated group of people who are kind of signed up, and they I really. What's funny is I really care about these people now. It's like they're there and they're in the club. It's like a clubhouse.
Yeah.
And the people who want to be there and they're talking and they're talking. They're on a message board with Quentin and all Eli Roth is there, and Edgar Wright. Everybody's we wanted to create something that was like video archives, and that people could come in and talk.
And I want to use one of the 3 movies, not every movie, but at least they're not easy to find. I want to come up with that's what streaming is. How am I supposed to get this? On VHS. Get VHS recorder and buy it on eBay. All right. And now all of a sudden that little group is like, well, maybe we can buy it. Hey, maybe we buy a VHS and then we'll burn it and we can trade it with everybody else. Yeah. And now they're all doing the work to do that. We'll do it.
My daughter Gala is one of our producers on the show, and she's on the show with us. And one of her things is we get together and we watch the movies in video archives, and then we know the films, and then she doesn't have that access.
She doesn't have she's not there with us.
She represents one of the people out there. She's got to find it. So if Quentin finds something that's difficult to find, she's got to track it down, and she usually has a little timetable to do it on. And she kind of is doing her proof of concept on you can find it. She'll find it on VHS.
She'll find it on she tracks it down. And so you can follow her guide.
It's on YouTube.
However, when she goes, Quentin, I just couldn't track this one down. I go, fine, yeah.
I think that's the real reason he likes to do the show. Is everything on YouTube now? A lot of things. Yeah, there's some certain things you can't find on YouTube. So. And if it's up there and it's not there, it'll be up again somewhere. It's like whack-a-mole.
Right. There was the Gore of the Dow films, the transsexual movie of Raquel Welch.
Well, we watched that. We didn't do an episode on it, but I had the video of it. We watched it. I was fire records. I like that movie. It's a crazy movie.
Well, the idea
is the guy in the ass. That's the best. When she fucks the guy in the ass, that is the best fucking thing.
Wow.
I like that movie so much. I read the book afterwards because I thought it was so cool.
Okay, I never liked Rex Reed, and I am not gay, but I was actually like, wow, Rex Reed's kind of hot.
Well, that's what he was trying to do.
Yeah. That was the whole movie. You did it. Gore of the Dow was trying to turn me gay. That's one of those weird ones that's difficult to find. I had to buy a DVD to get it.
Oh, I like the line she has that he building up for you. Where she actually going to probably show what big issue. But it looks like the moment of truth has finally arrived. I think Raquel Welch is fantastic.
you ever see those debates that Gordon Down did with William F. Buckley?
Oh yeah, well, they almost legendary fights.
Yeah. Yeah. But this is, you know, you used to Gordon Down. Oh yeah. Well, he was right and he was better. Yeah, he was right and he was better. Yeah, he was
But
right.
then you have Gordon Down fighting with fucking Norman Mailer.
Yeah.
All those they get on they get him on like the Dick Cavett show. You talk to him like a punky bastard, and the other one is talking to him like a man.
I'm sure they had dinner afterwards. Well, just you used to be able to have those kind of conversations on television, which is really fascinating. Yeah, it's like now they exist in podcasts. You know, like the Cisco and Ebert thing. What I was talking about is like you can't manufacture a friendship, and you can't manufacture a real interest. You can't be a guy who was a local news reporter who auditioned for the role of the guy who reviews movies. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like this thing that you guys have is what. This is the whole new media movement. It's based on authenticity, right? And this is like the whole thing. You want people to not be able to find these movies. You want to just review movies that you want to review. And that's the beautiful thing about it. It's like the perfect show in that regard. Like for a film review show, a film discussion show, it's the perfect show. And also, when a customer used to come into the store, they had basically 3 requirements. I want something that's new. That was always the first one. That's good that I haven't seen yet. And I said, well, if you haven't seen it yet, it's new to you. So that takes care of 2 of those. And no, we don't have that new one, but let's show you something interesting. So it's always a matter of, you know.
Well, the thing is, one of the things that like, and there's a lot of movie shows out there on podcasts and they talk about stuff. And the idea is for me to just say, oh, we're better than others. We're not coming to that. But I'll tell you what bugs me about a lot of the other shows is the fact that the people are sincere. They're completely sincere, but their film knowledge is fucking abysmal. They really don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And especially when they're trying to like talk about movies from like the 70s or something. Well, they were usually born in the 80s. So they don't know what something was like when it opened up, and they don't really have any context. Right. They definitely don't have context. That's what they don't have. They don't have context. They just know whatever they've learned along the way, and so they just yank stuff out of their ass and just and say stuff that's just wrong a lot. They're just misinformation a lot. We actually fact check our shit. We re-record it, all right, to make sure that we just don't yank shit out of it. And there is a little bit of yanking stuff out of your ass, but when I'm not sure about it, we look it up, and then if I'm wrong, then we change it.
Well, then also, there's the fact that
you can count on what we're saying that we're telling you the true fucking shit. We're giving you. I consider it as a film expert that I would be. My show would be worth listening to if I don't tell you the truth.
right.
If I don't give you factual information that you can count on.
Well, so because you were there during the opening of the film, and you know, we have the context to talk about. A lot of these people who maybe didn't see these movies
and
in theaters.
And the thing is, it's like, my writing guru as far as like film writing, but I think writing in general was the New Yorker film critic Colin Kael, and she has one rule, one rule for film criticism, and I think this apply to all writing. You have to give the reader a compelling reason to read your writing. It's that fucking simple. There has to be a compelling reason for you to engage in reading analysis. And the same thing about talking about it. You have to give a compelling reason. Now, yeah, I like the guy. That's a good start. I like their personality. I think they're kind of funny. That's a good start. But there has to be something more.
Well, that's what you just did. This passion for it, right? That's what's more than that. It's just this like severe commitment to it. That's what's exciting.
And then when we talk about the movies, we talk about everything that's good about it. We talk about the things that aren't good.
Right.
Honest. Yeah. Very honest. Yeah. And I can be wrong. I don't have to be right about it. It's
might be right about the Joker.
Yeah, sure.
It's audacious. It's audacious.
You haven't even seen it. You're talking about the fucking band.
I'm just talking shit.
I'm
just trying to wind you up. I'm just trying to wind you up. pushing that tape on so many customers.
How many of them came back angry?
No, it's a funny movie.
Is it really?
Well, the problem with Ishtar, and we were talking about this a little bit earlier, the problem with Ishtar is that it suddenly became not about the movie, but about the production. And so people had to form an opinion about whether they liked it or not because it was expensive. It's like, it doesn't change your ticket price.
No, that is because of that. You feel like a film is over budget.
Especially comedy. It's like critics have a thing about spending a lot of money on comedies. It seems obscene to them.
What happened with this film? Like, where'd the budget go south?
Well, where the budget kind of went south for the most part was the fact that like Warren Beatty and Dustin Hoffman kind of like had their full freight, obviously. So Dustin Hoffman got his high big salary, Warren Beatty got his high big salary, and so
all the accoutrements that go with
and
it.
everything that goes with it.
Right.
I need a plane to fly me back from Morocco to New York every weekend.
I'm sure.
I'm making that up, but that's not unrealistic.
It would be like when they did after the time when they did Pixar, Tom Hanks was famous, but he wasn't the superstar that he is now. Right. So if that had starred Tom Hanks and Peter Scolari, like the two guys that wasn't funny, well then that movie would cost a lot less. It would have been just as funny. Right. Those guys were terrific together, and they would have been really good at that role, and the show would have been seen for what it is. Yeah.
But a film doesn't get labeled as a float film.
I feel like sometimes when these fuckers talk to me, I'm like John Lennon. I'm just like on another level. It's just like, dog. Yo, what up, baby? AFK. You're amazing. I love you. Oh, hi. I don't know if you're gonna see this, but if you can, man, do I have a Discord for you? Hello. How are you? I'm typing to you. Hello. Go to discord.me/rabbi. Discord.me/rabbi. Oh, dude, you're real dog. Discord. Discord.me/rabbi. If you want to see what it looks like this. Discord.me/rabbi. When you click on it, it takes you here. Then press join server. And then you have, and then it'll take you to my Discord. River Rothschild's Oh Hell, a place for world peace. It's the place to be. Wow, I'm glad to know that you're out there. Hope you're living like a pimp. I'm gonna sing some karaoke soon. But come on in, we're watching Joe Rogan and Quentin Tarantino and this other guy who's a director. No offense, not as big. Avery something? Last name Avery? Anyway.
Everything about that movie is awesome. I think it's great. I love it. I love it. I brought it up to all the. I had a dinner once with.
How did you find out about me?
I started going off on it. They all sat there at the dinner watching me go crazy over their.
How did you find me?
One of the producers said, "Well,
you have two people watching us at once?" No, just one. But that's okay. That was the record. We had two fucking people watching. Cray. The Discord server you have a cam on. Amazing. Doug, join my Discord.
Yeah, it seems like they thought it was great while they were doing it, but it's like, what are you doing? You know, it's one of those things where you think it's great because you're on code.
Send me a friend request. Oh, are you? Hold on. Hold on. Did you just send me a message? Are you the Wizard of Oz? Are you the Wizard of Oz? Well, I'm just gonna take a guess. I'm gonna send it. You are the Wizard of Oz. Doug, I just sent you a message. So you got my Discord, but then check out my YouTube. You'll see all my different accounts. Like, whoa, it's crazy amount. Oh, Wizard of Oz is amazing. You are the Wizard of Oz. Well, that's fantastic. Well, if you want to come in and chill and talk to me, feel free. If not, we'll watch Joe Rogan. The Wizard of Oz is here, friends. Shout out to the Wizard of Oz. Let's see here. Oh, you found me from E-Girl World. Hi. Do you know e-girls are electronic girls or girls who like electronics? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. I sing karaoke. Might do some. Might do some pretty soon. If you have any karaoke requests, let me know. If you have any George Michael's karaoke requests or the Beatles, most any Rolling Stones song, I should basically do them from memory. Like, but I can do a lot of them from memory. Alright, good. Well, I'm gonna just type to you in here. I respect the grant over 4 laptops. Well, I should have more than that. If it's only 4, something's wrong. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm rolling, dog. Thank you for respecting the grind. Shout out to the Wizard of Oz. The Wizard of Oz.
Oh, that's hilarious. It became like your Fugazi. Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. When I worked in Boston, the big comedy stops, they would offer to pay you in cocaine or cash. Yeah, there's guys that just took cocaine. In certain comics, they just want to get paid in coke. Yeah. Wild times. You know, that's the 80s. It was the 80s. So yeah, that was actually even kind of an interesting situation because, like,
there he is.
it was also one of those things where, like, I was actually really kind of proud of us because we all kind of like, ooh, we all kind of went nutty.
How you living, Darius?
With this kind of like more access to coke than we normally have.
What's good in your neck of the woods?
More access to coke than we ever had. And like some kind of shit. All right. And so we all kind of went nuts for like a little bit about it. And we all kind of like.
What up, Darius? How you living, Camp?
Let's bring it together. That's great. Let's bring it together.
I hope things are good for you. I hope everything in your life is amazing. We're just watching. Hey, what's up, Cap? How are you? Can you hear me, big dog?
Who?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
How are you?
Doing a bit. was doing a bit for my chair broke.
Oh boy, how'd you break your chair, my man?
Oh no, it's fine. Oh yeah. Yeah, my wheel on it just broke off completely.
All right, sounds like you have a little do-it-yourself project to work on. Do you have something to fix it?
Yeah.
All right,
I
DIY.
got tape and super glue.
Oh, dude, you're amazing. That's probably what I would use too. There is a saying that
That's all you need.
exactly if it's supposed to move and it doesn't, you need WD-40. If it does move and it's not supposed to, you need duct tape. That's basically all the DIY information you need. If I may ask.
Alright, well, I'm going to cry about my chair and masturbate.
Hey, happens to the best of us. Take care, man. Enjoy. Come back whenever you want. You're always welcome.
Thank you.
Peace, man. I'm going to send you a friend request. Just one moment. All right. You do you, baby. I already have.
Same sort of thing. Oh, I know where this is going.
And so we all like, okay, let's pull back. Let's get control of it. And we all did. We all collectively, we all kind of just got our shit together and put it in the river again.
Yeah, right.
Doesn't mean we didn't do it, but we just we controlled it.
Contrary to your goals. Yeah. When I was growing up, a bunch of people that I knew got hooked on coke, and that's a technique and I was doing coke. I would stop. I had children, and suddenly it was like, oh my god, like I have to be on call 24/7. Right. Yeah. That's not gonna last anymore. It gets in the way. It gets in the way. And pretty soon my Saturday mornings became more important than my Friday mornings. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, I think about first. I wanted to have access, so I didn't. Oh, I was because I had to.
Yeah, you want to take it to 12.
No, I want to have a big pile of it, and we're doing it all fucking night until
this is gone.
Until the straw is bloody.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm stopping now because the straw got bloody.
Some people don't have the ability to only do that once. Like, for whatever reason, some people, they have that thing, and they do coke a little bit, and then they just want to keep doing coke. So that's scary. It is scary. That's scary. Because you're captured by a demon. Yeah. And it's literally, and I think it's literally, yeah. No, I think in the classic Jinn sense, sure, where it's whispering in your ear. Well, in a sense, it does all the things a demon would do. You know, you could say the demons are real. Okay, but I think they are. They might be real. But there's pretty good evidence. There's pretty good evidence. So there's a lot of like legitimate evil in the world. Where is that coming from? What's that energy? What gets that? What is the reason why people are willing to mass murder? What is it? What is it? People are willing to launch missiles in the cities. What is that? Where's that coming from? There's got to like that would be evil if you defined it in the classic sense of the word. You know, when an invading army comes to a village and attacks people, that's not demonic. That's not evil. You're lighting children on fire and throwing them on thatched roofs. That's not demonic. Seems pretty demonic, but a demon would do that. Whether the physical demon exists is almost like not even important. It's like demonic behavior is 100% documented. What would Jesus do? Yeah, right. Just ask yourself. But it's unlikely. It's unlikely he's going to raise a glass. Everybody wants to be smart, and you want to be secular. You never want to say that you believe in something that's superstitious or ridiculous. So you don't believe in religion. You're either agnostic, you're atheist. That's how you get respect. And it's like this weird thing where you're not willing to consider, like, but what are the actions? What are the actions of good? The actions of evil? The actions are real, right? And we all know in our heart and our soul, when you do a good thing, how you feel, versus like when you do a bad thing, how you feel. Like, so what are those forces?
When Brando's curse tells the story of going into the village and not related. All of the children of the village shooting their arms with And then the soldiers came in and then hacked off all the kids' arms. And then there's like a full pile of arms. And Kurt said, yeah, so we did all that, and then we came back to the nose and next time we saw a little pile of all the little arms. And we hacked them. And I kind of like, hey, thanks. I started because he's in a hospital. The night doing a job. And they had to force a girl to take John and take him to his lodging for what they had to do. Yeah, I'm not condoning. I'm not condoning what Kurt is saying because it's fucking crazy. You know. But I'm interested in his perspective. But of course, I would be Kurt's perspective. Speaking about true power, where he's a god. He's a god. He worships. You know, by the natives. Yeah. Clearly lost his fucking power in the fog of war. He completely lost his fog of war. But he's talking like he was calm. Yeah, exactly. They all know. Yeah. But this is the thing where you're suspicious of power, right? Like, why suspicious? Well, you should be, because you see where it ultimately leads. It ultimately leads to a curse, or it ultimately leads to the way to really be in control of the world. You have to use violence. You can only use words so long. Strong men hold civilizations together. That's just a fact of things. Both of us have become friends over the years with John Miller. Who wrote about this? And, you know, John is the kind of guy who's like, you know, conquerors, conquerors. You know, and he wrote a script about Genghis Khan. And yeah, that I worked on with him to turn it into a series. I got I forget a script. And, you know, you look at his Genghis Khan script, and he's, you know, he's realistically talking about these horrific atrocities that, you know, sewing people up in belts and burning them on fire, and throwing them in wood. Just however you can kill somebody, he figured out a way to do it better. And but at the same time, he invented paper money, invented the Silk Road, you know, hold you know, that whole region of the world together under one empire. And you know, over the course of it, you know, you start out as almost like Conan the Warrior, Conan the Conqueror, Conan the King. Eventually, king by his own hand. Yeah, king by your own hand. And eventually, you start realizing. And John Lewis also wrote and directed Conan the Barbarian. So he, you know, he rightly recognizes that it's strong men who conquer, but also who hold together and maintain order. And there's a balance to be had between force and strength and, you know, compassion as well. Too much compassion, you know, countries fall apart. Yeah. Too much introspection, countries fall apart. Right. When things are too good. When things are too good. Things are too easy. Things are supposed to be easy. They don't understand how they became easy or keeps them easy. Yeah. But that's kind of where we are. Weird times right now. And then we are. We're in that movie. It does feel a little like we're in kind of neo-feudalistic times. Yeah.
Welcome.
You're a rabbi.
What's up, pimp?
You have to contend with when you go out. Everything's
Yeah,
a
we
little more
played Archer
fragile.
Store.
Well, there's also this
No, but I'm not against it.
the internet and social media. There's this new thing that has overcome our minds.
What do you mean?
And it's affecting everyone in this very
I mean,
way.
I'm very pro gaming. I just don't game. I mean, I game some, but it generally has to be pretty cheap and playable on a pretty slow computer or a phone.
Roshi, you don't have a good computer.
I sacrifice one good computer for 14 other devices.
I mean, I guess for what you're doing, that's worth it. Not even Xbox.
I have an old Xbox.
Do you go outside much?
Yeah. Every day, try. I was outside. I was outside earlier today.
Shit. Like, you go on walks and shit?
Yeah. Sometimes I have picnics in the park. I've had people who visit me, fans, and like we'll go have a picnic in the park or something. live stream it.
Fuck, you're dedicated to this.
100%, man. I wouldn't be doing
Why,
it.
though? I don't understand why.
My friend, data is Earth's #1 resource. It's like gold.
Well, I understand that. But what do you mean by that? I mean, the only data you're getting is like your own data, giving it out.
It's a time capsule for society. People will be able to essentially see what every single day was like from now until whenever I want to end it, which I never want to end it. I want to keep it going forever. And it's essentially like a new Bible. I mean, there are stories in this. There's entertainment. There's really knowledge that really isn't being discussed today, like things like anti-gravity, antimatter, de-extinction, life extension technology, mind uploading technology, all that good stuff. No one's talking about that.
Yeah, but all that stuff is already documented, though.
No, it's not.
People who actually like researching that field.
It's not. It's not very well documented. A lot of this is hypothetical technology.
What do you mean hypothetical technology?
Things like female sperm and male eggs. That's hypothetical. It's not a realistic technology currently. But in the future, women may be able to produce their own sperm and men may be able to produce their own eggs. And when that happens, you might be able to self-replicate. No one's talking about that.
I mean, some people are. It's just not a really big topic, you know?
Name one person right now who's talking about female sperm and male eggs. I'll wait. Of all of the creators hold on. Of all the creators of all of them, all the celebrities all the podcasts, all the movies, all the books, all of the songs, none of them are talking about that. That's just one example.
Well, yeah, of course, you're not going to have Moist Critical talking about. Well, he probably has talked about it, to be fair, in one of his live streams. But you don't hear him, like, just talking about it. You know? It's such a niche topic.
It's not. It could eventually become quite common amongst all people that you no longer reproduce with someone of the opposite sex. You self-reproduce, or
yeah, but isn't that all that stuff is just being researched right now.
Not many people are researching female sperm. Of all of the doctors and all of the nurses and all of the scientists, less than 1% of 1% might even think it's a reality that it could happen, let alone people who are actually paid to study those things. It's really not. It's not very common at all.
I mean, relatively not common. I've heard of it. I've heard of it before. That means I know someone's talking about it.
Who do you know who's talked about it, aside from me?
I can't think specific names, but it's probably been in the news before. It's just not really a hot topic.
I've never heard of it in the news. I can tell you that it has a Wikipedia page that isn't very thorough, but it does just talk about it as an hypothetical technology. I mean, that's just one of many different things that we talk about. Let's talk about mega projects. What about, now this one is talked about, but not very much in the mainstream. A Bering Strait tunnel. A mega project is generally considered a project that goes above what are our general terms for projects into needing international cooperation in order to be completed. So arguably, like the digging of the English Channel over 100 years ago, or the Panama Canal. Those would, so like super projects, really, really big ones. Another one would be perhaps the Suez Canal, certainly would be. And then maybe thousands of years ago, you would consider the pyramids to be a mega project. But what I'm talking about is a Bering Strait tunnel. I talk about a lot of things when it comes to mega projects. But basically, I'm a huge advocate for building a tunnel. It's only 51 miles that needs to be dug between Asia and North America. And then you could take a car from Los Angeles to London or New York to Cape Town. You could drive. That's a really exciting opportunity. That will unite the world much better than many of the things that currently make up the news cycle that divide us.
Man, you actually research into this stuff?
Oh, I talk not only that, but I talk on it at length. I mean, I don't want to say I'm an expert in the Bering Strait Tunnel, but but I know more than the top 1% of people on
You
it.
invest in this stuff?
Do I invest in stock?
Yeah, you invest in this stuff.
I have, yeah. So, like the first stock, perhaps, I mean, like one of the first stocks that I ever.
Well, just a general question. Like, not really focusing on any specific stock, just generally. Like,
Yeah.
you do stocks?
Yeah, but I'm more about returns, and you don't get as good at returns on stock as you do on cryptocurrency. So basically, like, you can.
So you also do crypto.
I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. Absolutely. It's right here. It's worth $300 million. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. If you're like, oh, is that why you're wearing like Sonic the Hedgehog pajamas? Yeah. But it's a very serious cryptocurrency and it's worth $300 million. These pillows that you see that are like cartoon characters, when I started, well, they're NFTs. When I started, they were worth like nothing. Like months ago, they were worth $800. They're worth $8,000 now.
You want to donate some of that money to a little Mexican?
No, but I can tell you that when I go viral, that I'll be able to give you more money than you can ever count. That you'll be able to have so much money that you'll be able to help all your friends and family and start your own charities. I have more data than any person. Essentially, I'm sitting on a gold mine, and just little by little, people start to find out about me from any different. Go ahead.
What do you mean you're sitting on data? What do you mean by that?
Data, according to The Economist magazine, data, specifically human data, is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, platinum, diamonds, and I have more human data archived on the internet than any person ever.
I mean, okay, I understand that, but what's the use of that data? What's the use of your data? What's the use of it?
Well, essentially, we can follow somebody's life back, every single moment of their life back, more than 3.5 years. Imagine in 20 or 30 or 40 years when we have that much data that we can just essentially delve into someone's life. Now, that's just from a two-dimensional perspective. Hey, I want a cool story. Let's follow the rabbi. There are many other aspects of this that are much more important as well. And as technology advances, things like being able to know a lot about my body, what my breaths per minute are, my eating schedule, my sleeping schedule, my behavior patterns, knowing what my blinks per minute are, knowing what my heartbeat per minute is, knowing what the humidity is, knowing what the temperature is. All of these things will be seen and you'll be able to essentially track with augmented reality. Additionally, it will be studied from an academic perspective. Basically, we have one example of a person with more data than any other person, and we can study that. We can perhaps in the future remove different layers of my skin. You could be able to see my exos, you'll be able to see my epidermis, my skin layers. You'll be able to see my muscular structure, and then eventually you'll be able to remove aspects of my cranial cavity and see what my brain looks like, and then eventually actually see what what I'm thinking.
So another question.
Okay.
Another question then. You're telling me by all this, it's worth the investment. It's worth your investment.
100%.
All of this.
100%.
Just for a chance for someone can dissect your life like 1,000 years in the future, or even then, storage and like hard drive storage, additional storage overall, it's going to decay. It's going to be forgotten. You know how much of YouTube has been deleted?
Oh yeah, I know.
Already?
A lot of mine has been deleted. That doesn't mean that I just can't win.
Sure it's like 60% of YouTube is just gone.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I can't win in an appeal with them when I'm a famous person and just say, hey, give me these accounts back, and they will. because that's a newsworthy event. When things are a newsworthy event, they drop all of their policies because the newsworthiness of it makes it more important than anything. So all they have to do is say, "Hey, we have somebody who's been live streaming their life." Did you ever see the movie The Truman Show?
No, I've never seen it.
Okay, so it stars Jim Carrey, and it's basically a very similar story, except we have my consent in this story, and in that movie, they did not have his consent. But essentially, the entire world becomes fascinated with one single individual whose life is always on camera. And people start to want to dress like that person, want to have the same interests as that person. They want to really mimic them in every way possible, mirror them in any way possible. That's fine for me. All I care about is no more war. Somebody's got to start the discussion of world peace.
I got my cat inside.
All right,
Hold on, I got
you do you.
I'm not plugging the movie. I'm not doing anything. All right. I'm just saying I like it. So who gives a fuck what I like? Right. What do you care what the fuck I like? Right. And also, I'll say I didn't see something. Oh, you fucking asshole! Say what the fuck I see. What I don't see. What the fuck? Fucking care. But there's no one in front of him to say that. He's an idiot alone with his phone. If he just said it out loud amongst reasonable people, they would turn to him. What the fuck are you talking about? But he doesn't get that check. Well, also, which is also part of the problem with social media. What if someone say to me, like, well, I think he's supposed to be yeah. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of shit I can say that you're missing out on, and I don't care if you miss out. Also, I think you have to be missing out. Otherwise, you don't have a life. Yeah. How much information do you think you can absorb in a day? How much things do you watch and listen to? You have four movies a day. Yeah. That's a lot of time, man. You have to miss out. There's going to be shit you miss out on. Well, the other thing is, if you're a film fan today, you're not just dealing with today's stuff. You're dealing with this insane archive.
So, do you have any mental?
Goes back to
Nope.
On the waterfront, back to the 20s. Good lord. There's
So,
so
Rabbi.
many films to watch.
I answered your question. No,
I saw that was like very meaningful.
Oh, I didn't.
you're good.
I really like the story of Kojak.
When I sit in BC, I like big.
That's a really cool story, and I really like the whole story of the three
I
brothers
really do.
in there.
Just chill, man. We're watching a podcast.
How long have you been on Discord?
Well, like live 24/7, like 8 months.
No. Just generally overall,
Oh, like I think my first account was made like 3 years ago.
And we had a little micro cinema in the theater I had, the theaters I had in my
Only 3.
Yeah, I mean, I really didn't use social media until I started this. Not a lot.
Yeah, it's like video on video
Shit, how big?
like literally it's like
It'd be like a bed every month.
like a little parent.
Yeah, no, I mean, I worked a corporate job, so I wasn't into social media then.
How old are you?
38.
Last week we showed the silent version of Kojak.
Sorry.
And
38?
and I wasn't there at that screen, but I asked the guy who
38 years old.
Yeah, that's an age.
Shit, you're like a dinosaur.
Well, thank you.
No offense, dude. 5 is like peak.
It was emotional. You could feel pins on, and then it was over, and then we were still kind of in this collective.
So, like, what did you do before all this?
I'm a
This is the fucking. This is a dramatic life, bro.
I'm a certified project management professional. So I launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. And additionally,
Do you want to tell me what I did?
My question is,
Do you want to tell me what I did?
I know my question. No, I wanted to tell you something. I wanted to change like the question, like the answer to it.
Why are you changing the answer to the question that I'm giving? How about you just shut the fuck up and let me answer the question? You asked me like 50 fucking questions. I'm answering them, but before I can even tell you what I've done, what my profession is, what my career is, you're all.
I've heard your profession. I've heard your profession.
Okay. So then why did you ask me? Did you think it was going to change? It's been what it's always been, as I have been a professional. It's a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've worked for Fortune 500 companies. If someone has a project and they need assistance with completing it, I'm your man. Hope that answers your question, big dog. Apologies, I'm having trouble hearing you. Can you repeat that? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. In my youth, I went to graduate school. I graduated from college. I graduated from high school. But Doug, yeah, I mean that's what people do. I don't think you understand what it is to be an adult. You DoorDash, you smoke weed, and you basically live a simple life. I get that. Those of us who shot for the stars, had careers, had the ability to change careers if they needed, had different types of careers, big goals. I'm not saying you can't do that, but like you're basically interrupting my life to be like, hey, what have you done with your life? It's like, dog, what's with all the questions about me? Look at yourself. You could be doing exactly what I'm doing. I make money right now as a streamer. Not a lot, but enough. You could do this. Why don't you stream your life? There you go. I understand. And that's a legitimate statement. I respect that. A lot of people do. I'll tell you before I started this, I liked privacy as well. But I recognize the power of data and essentially, while it is a gamble, it may be the most valuable gamble I've ever had. I mean, I would literally be doing the exact same thing in my normal life. I would be watching a podcast, just chilling in my bed, surfing the internet. And that's exactly what I do, but I just live stream it. I recognize that. And your curiosity is not a bad thing at all. It's just, it's frustrating when you're like, hey, what do you do for a living? And I'm telling you, and then you're already interrupting me for the next thing. It's like, you don't even care about what my answers are. You're just literally seeing how many questions you can ask me in a minute or so. I know, but then you ask me again, what's your career? And I told you, and then you interrupted me. Okay, that's a different question. I mean, I got an education. I got an education and essentially went to the corporate world. That's what you do. And I moved up the corporate ladder. I got promotions and then I got certifications. I continued my education with through continuing education programs and really developed as much of a knowledge base as possible. And you can do it too. You don't necessarily need a college degree to be able to make six figures. Okay. Hey, that's very respectful. And I understand that. I shouldn't say respectful. Pardon me. Respectable. And I think that that's a very good thing. Hey, if you don't want to get into the hustle and bustle of the corporate world, I get it. But if you want to make money and you want to make a lot of money, I know you don't, but literally doing nothing, cryptocurrency is a perfect place to do it.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
I mean, well, here's the thing. Like, let's say, okay, you do DoorDash, which is cool. Hey, there he is. Welcome, Ass Muncher. How you living, pimp?
Good, how are you
I'm well. So, hey, this is a person who's in cryptocurrency. Ass Muncher, what are some good...
I'm in crypto.
You're in tons of crypto, dog. You have your own...
Yo, Ass Muncher, what would make me $1 trillion in a single day? There's a project called Bitcoin Ass Vision. I can send you a link for it. And then other than that, sure. Shit. There's no fucking Middle East war going. No. One day. Not today. But eventually there will be. It's one of those things where you gotta give it time, for sure.
And Ass Munch is right about that, but look, if you just start doing Uber or Uber Eats or DoorDash or something like that, if you were to say, look, I'm just going to take one tip, like whatever, somebody tips you $5, one tip per time that you do Uber Eats and put it in cryptocurrency, within a year, you'll have perhaps thousands of dollars.
Oh, yeah. He's not right.
Like, I'm not even talking.
So who's more intelligent at YouTube?
Ass Muncher?
Rabbi.
No, Ass Muncher. No. I'll tell you, Ass Muncher. Ass Muncher.
Bitcoin and all that shit. It's just like USD. I feel like at the end of the day, it's just USD.
But it's not. That's okay. It shows that you don't.
What are you saying? Like, Bitcoin is always just going to be USD. You don't get Bitcoin in cash.
No. So at times you've been able to buy Teslas with Bitcoin. You can use it to buy things online without ever transferring it into USD. And you have to understand. Let's talk.
Yeah, but that's like.
Let's talk about USD for a second. Okay, so we're talking about the United States dollar, Federal Reserve notes, the things that people have in their wallet. That has lost 99% of its purchasing power since it was brought into effect December 23rd, 1913. 99%. So what does that mean? That today's $100 bill in 1913 was just a dollar bill. Okay, that's known as inflation. Basically, practices that weaken an economy, that weaken a currency. With cryptocurrency, it is essentially an insurance against inflation. Let's say currently inflation every year is about 2%. In bad years, it's 6%. That means that in 2023, if you had a dollar today, that dollar is worth 98 cents, and it could be as low as 94 cents or so. That means next year it's going to be 96 cents, and the year after that it's 94 cents. Now you look at basically any cryptocurrency that has some larger holders and isn't just a small shit coin or a meme coin or something. Given time, these things have not just 1x, meaning essentially increasing, but 2x, 3x, 4x, 5x. Then you get into 10x, 20x, 50x, 100x, 1,000x. And what am I saying? I'm saying 1,000 times whatever your initial investment was, you can make on this. So what am I saying? Let's just say we take $5 every time that you make a delivery. Not just every time you make a delivery. I'm not saying that. Every time you have a session that you go, let's just say on Uber Eats or something like that, you take $5 of that and you say, I'm going to just buy a cryptocurrency, whatever one I want. It could be a very popular one or it could be a new one. That $5 in a year has the opportunity to be $50,000 pretty easily. And you may make 50 different investments like this and they all don't pay off for you, but 50 times $5 is only $250 that you would have invested, when the opportunity for it to essentially candle, as we call it in the community, but for it to have long-term economic and fiscal success is a reality. Meaning, if you take that dollar, the United States dollar, and you just say, I'm going to put it in my bank account, it's going to lose 2% this year, it'll lose 2% next year, it'll lose 2%. With cryptocurrencies, there is a chance that you can lose them, but there's also the opportunity that they can explode. It's like it's similar to the lottery. I mean, it's a risk like anything, but very rarely do you have the opportunity to have like 1,000x opportunity on something. So, for instance, if you have like it's like a stock. Let's say you like Xbox, so Microsoft. Let's say Microsoft stock is $100 per share. So the chances are that it turns into $200 within a year are very low. It's not necessarily going to double. But the chances of a cryptocurrency doing the same are much higher. Let me give you an example. This coin, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Eden, when I started with it, it was worth less than $1. Now it's worth $300 million. This coin has made millionaires out of just random people who work in a job who just were in early. And if you really want to know how to do it, if you really want to know this.
So what is worse? In your opinion, you think I should just go gamble my money for an extra hit of dopamine?
I mean, there's that.
Is that what you're telling me?
I mean, any kind of investment is a risk, so you could consider it a gamble. What I'm telling you, though, is that if you really want to make a lot of money and put in very little effort, all you have to do is listen to Twitter Spaces. On Twitter, every single day. Do you know what Twitter Spaces are?
Yeah,
Okay. Well, you're familiar with Twitter. Do you know what Twitter Spaces are?
yeah.
Okay, so it's like an audio format. All you have to do is go into those and listen to people who have good plans for their cryptocurrency and then invest in them. Will all of them pay out for you? No. But there are very few things in the modern age that give you 100x. Like you could go and bet on a sporting team and you're only going to make 2x if you win on your money. Maybe if you parlay it or do something crazy, you might get 4x or 8x, but there's a very good chance that you're going to lose that money. In cryptocurrency, it's basically not a huge risk. You take $5 or $10 and you get a million coins. I mean, like for $5, you can buy a million coins. And if that coin gets to be worth $1, then you've got $1 million. And you bought it with $5.
That's crazy.
It is. It is. And
I would say
it seems like it should be illegal.
how much?
It seems like it should be illegal.
Like most of the isn't it illegal?
No, that's exactly how it works.
Like right. I mean, yeah, but it's just rug pulling. It's just you early to the party or you just got rug pulled. But I mean, yeah, I guess $5 is $5.
Exactly. You can't buy stock with $5. You can't even pay the fees on stock with $5. But you can buy a million of a certain coin with $5. The barrier to entry is very, very low. So, like, I'm serious. Sometimes people are going to give you $5 tip. If you just say, every time I do a delivery, I'm going to buy cryptocurrency, it will grow on you. I can tell you that I don't buy cryptocurrency. I mean, I've bought Bitcoin in the past. I've owned a Bitcoin. But at least as I've done this project, people just want to give to me. They donate to me. And they donate cryptocurrency to me. And that cryptocurrency goes from being worth dollars to hundreds of dollars to thousands of dollars. And I don't have to do anything. It just sits there and grows. So, at least from that perspective, my advice to you, if you would be, you keep doing whatever makes you happy. You keep doing whatever makes you happy,
That's
but just take $5 every time you choose to work and invest it in a cryptocurrency, whatever cryptocurrency you want. And if you're like, look, I don't know what cryptocurrency to buy, I would tell you get on Twitter Spaces and just listen to some people and their projects. There will be people who just give you their cryptocurrency as well. They just want more holders for the cryptocurrency. So they'll just be like, hey, we're doing what's called an airdrop. And all you have to do is link your wallet and you'll get free tokens. Now, if you're like, well, why isn't everybody doing this? Well, the thing is, a lot of people are, especially in the last 3 years. And you just don't really recognize it, or maybe not you, but people don't recognize it. But the other big issue is you have to be very careful the links that you press because people can drain your wallet, and you don't want that to happen.
so. Have you ever been on like the good side of a rug pull or no?
Well, no. I mean, I don't. I've never sold any cryptocurrency ever, so I'm what's called a diamond hand investor. Basically, I just hold the whole time, and that's the best kind of investor anybody wants. So I've never pulled out my money. The most I've ever done, I'm in a cryptocurrency, and in order to join the fantasy football league of the cryptocurrency, you had to pay like $50 in the cryptocurrency to join the fantasy football. And I've done that, but I've never spent money on cryptocurrency in other ways. I just hold it. It's basically like a retirement fund for me that just keeps growing.
So how
Would you mind like saying how much you've made so far?
Well, without getting into specifics, I can tell you this. I've seen like a 30x on the donations that people have given to me. So let's say somebody has given me $100, that has turned into $3,000 without me having to do anything. I mean, literally, I just sit here and people recognize the value of cryptocurrency and the value of me being a holder. I mean, even though like I mean just the coin that I talk about all the time that with their merchandise, that has seen like a 50x over the course of its lifespan, and it's only like a year and a half old. So basically, you can think that if I had $1,000 invested, it's now worth 30,000. If I had $100,000 invested, it's now worth $3 million. But I've basically seen a 30x return, and because I don't sell it, it's just it just keeps growing for me. And that's not even how I make money. But in addition to that, I make I get paid to stream from different platforms. So I literally me just being here talking to you, I make money off of this.
Shay, what platform sponsored you?
Rumble. And I mean, that's what everybody wants. They want to be able to just sit, hang out with their friends, play games, and get paid for it. And I'm telling you, there's a way for you to do that. I hope that answered your questions, my friend. If you don't mind, we're going to continue the podcast. Feel free to ask more questions if you have them.
Okay. Listen, I'm just chilling.
Please do. Please do. Honestly, if you really want to make a lot of money, you just stay in here. And why? Because you're going to become a celebrity just by being in here. You're with the person who has more data anywhere. You know how many people I randomly get coming to this Discord a day? Like 10, 15? Do they all stay? No, but some do. The person who's in here, her name is Alframsha. She's from Poland. She likes what I do. She likes that I sing karaoke. She likes that I have a positive message. And, even though it's nighttime in Poland, she's just chilling in here. And I get lots of random people who do that. And frankly, all it's going to take is just one person to be like, wait, you stream your life all the time? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I'm going to tell all my friends about it. And then they do, and all their friends are like, oh, let's go make fun of this person. And then they recognize, wow, that's a lot of data. That's a lot of social media. And literally, you can't go through it. With any other influencer, like, let's say, Kim Kardashian or Aiden Ross. You go to their Instagram and you scroll all the way to the bottom, you've seen it all. You go to on YouTube, you just type in their name and you'll basically watch all their videos within perhaps 20 or 30 hours. They don't have that much content. With mine, just with one of my streams, it's 3.5 years of content. Now I've got at least 8 different streams going at any given time, and I'm making content throughout all of that. So my content builds on itself. It becomes almost an unlimited amount. It is limited, but it's more content by far than any person has in human existence. I mean, I just personally have been on camera publicly, live streaming on the internet more than any other person ever. Good questions, my man. You're good. Chill, man. Just chill. Get high, chill, and be cozy.
I hated when it first came out. Did not like the film. I thought it was awful. Awful. Like, boring.
I'm glad you're here. Hey, I have a question. So when you made your name, like, you didn't know that I was king of the king of BBC on TikTok?
No, I don't use it.
Wow, that's
No, I don't.
that's no, I recognize it, but that's wild. I mean, I have 1,000 different TikTok accounts, one of which is exactly the same name that you have in this Discord. I just think that's wild.
The Shining, like Roger was like.
No, my fucking
No, it was really hard. I was really hard on him. I was a really angry young guy. And
about shit. Like, he's a completely different guy. Yeah. All right. Now he's like bent over backwards to be nice about them. I go, who the fuck is this guy?
Almost my life. Well, I now look at having been a filmmaker and knowing the struggle that goes into getting something on screen. But I know how hard it is sometimes to get what you have up here on the screen. It doesn't always work. Sometimes faking it by the time it gets to the cut. But it's not an easy thing. It's not. So when I watch a movie now, I'm applying all of my life experience to it, and I'm like, okay, this movie may not be the greatest movie, but this is somebody's vision, and I'm going to give that. I'm going to value that and give myself to it, and try to find in it what I like about it. And so I always give every movie a shot.
What's another show that I think is really cool, again, for the fans that follow it and everything, is in our first season, we ended up like covering about 70 movies. All together. We mentioned a million movies was in the show. But we covered about 70 movies altogether. And 3 movies that we did over the course of about 26 episodes. And we kind of created new classes, at least amongst the people who follow the show. Because they followed it and they liked it. They watched the whole Mexican horror movie, like, even though they, hey, that was pretty cool.
It is amazing.
And then everyone would put it down. If you try to look at anything about it, it would all be shitty reviews about it and everything. And then we talked about it with passion. And then we gave the right context in which to appreciate the movie, the Killer Hand movie. And we gave the right context in which to appreciate the movie. And then the people appreciated it under that right context.
Can you play any good games?
Because the movie is old, because
Well, I'm kind of limited in what I play. I feel like if I get really into any game, it will take away from my streaming. I play Fortnite. I play chess. I play mini golf. I have played FIFA and Madden. I really like the game Civilization, Sid Meier's Civilization. So I play that. I don't know if you're familiar with that. I play Rome Total, or well, all the Total War games. Pardon me?
I said I know it's
Excellent. What else do I play? There's some Fortnite and well, I said Fortnite. Like Roblox and Minecraft. I have accounts for those. I don't want to get too into a game because if I do, it'll take up all my time, and I do other things.
You ever hear of Hearts of Iron before?
I think so. Is it a good game?
Oh, World War II strategy.
That's baller as fuck, man. Okay, I'm gonna look it up. Hearts of Fire.
It's crazy. We have to worry about this. Hearts of Iron.
Hearts of Iron. Beautiful. I'm gonna read all about it right now.
It's a yep. It's crazy. Yeah.
It looks baller as fuck, man.
You control a country. You can get industry.
It looks
You
big.
be communist.
Are you saying that? I mean,
You should go for
Germany was never communist.
Well, it's alternate history for that.
I got you. That's what I was wondering. Is it an alternate history? Very cool.
Yeah, you can go alternate history. You can go.
Amazing. That's really neat. I'll have to check it out.
I feel like fucking democratic Catholic in Mexico.
There you go. Do you find success?
It's fucking complicated.
Okay.
It's hard. It took me like 100 hours.
Oh wow. Okay.
Sometimes you find success, other times you just like try to do something. Then you wasted 8 hours.
Right.
I think the longest one I've had was
Wow.
it gets dragged on. Then like you be in the middle of the game and then the enemy is fine. You can play with up to like 3.
Oh wow, that's really cool.
Oh, so
They're perfect. Actually, that actually has the most kind of effect. Well, yeah, that movie in particular is actually a tough one because it's just yeah. It's a killer man. Yeah. And I think that is the best like hand on the loose movie. It's a exploitation movie. Okay, the Mexican exploitation movie. But the one that's great about it is one, she's fantastic, and that's Samantha Egger. Samantha Egger is one of our heroes. All right, I love Samantha. But the thing is hilarious. But what's nice, but what's really cool about the Mexican horror genre is they take their tacky horror very seriously. It's tacky horror, but they take it really seriously, and you appreciate the seriousness that they're delivering their payload.
and I know how hard it is to do some of the things because this is like pre-computer graphics. You have a limited budget,
No,
but their vision is so big, and you're watching it, you're like, oh my god, this is if you try not to judge it on what a movie looks like today.
No, but not only just that, but what's interesting is when you see some of the effects, there's a couple of the effects. Well, how did they do that?
Yeah.
Like it's also practical, and then some of it is like, oh well, I can see how they did that. Oh my god, that's so fucking clever! They figured out how to do it in such a clever way. I can see how they did it, but that's so neat because they just figured out how to do it on camera in a way that sells it.
Yeah. And it's a crazy movie also.
That's right.
It's like you're inside of some crazy Mexican's head making a horror movie. It's fantastic. Well, the horror genre is hard to do without being ridiculous. Yeah. Well, the best thing about the horror genre and science fiction is that they're the best vehicles to kind of study
Welcome.
culture and sociological issues
Welcome.
because you have that abstraction layer that makes people think, well, I'm just watching a science fiction movie, I'm just watching a horror movie.
Right.
Like you watch Dawn of the Dead, and yeah, you're watching a movie about zombies in a shopping mall, or are you watching a movie about the vanishing middle class being drawn to the consumer temple because it's what they remembered from their lives? And it was an important place to them.
Like literally quoting the movie.
I'm actually quoting my liner notes that I wrote for the.
Let me step those back. The coffee is making me
No worries. Okay. So when you first got into this, like, did you have like a film that you aspired to create something like? Like when you first, did you just say, it's a composite? Comedians are like, I want to be the next this. It was a composite. It was a composite. I have like kind of a top 3 filmmaker. When you're a young filmmaker, and when you're a young child, you look to your parents to learn how to behave. You're a child, you look to them. They teach you how to be. Sure. And so at the beginning of your life, you're copying your parents, and that's what you love. That's what you're copying. When you're a young filmmaker, very frequently you kind of copy your parents, your cinematic parents. And so, in my case, and, many filmmakers, like for instance, Stanley Kubrick was one of my favorite filmmakers, and always thinking about his zero-point perspective, his reverse tracking shots. I just love the intention of his shots and how he assembles his movies. I like everything about his work. Um, Kubrick, he, if you love Fritz Lang, you can see that Kubrick that's how he felt about Fritz Lang. Like when I watch M, I can see the Kubrick shots. Whereas Fritz Lang, Metropolis, yeah, he did Metropolis, he did some of the greatest Metropolis he watched. Metropolis is super powerful and kind of a movie that's exactly talking about everything that's going on today. So the movie I was thinking about was M, which is his movie with Peter Lorre about the pedophile who's the movie's made in just before the Nazis took power, and so he's making a movie that's really about like kind of the rise of Hitlerian fascism in Europe, and he's doing it through this movie about a pedophile. And it's Peter Lorre is fantastic, and it's actually his first sound movie. Like Fritz Lang hadn't made a sound movie, so every single shot in the film is based on sound. So he'll have shadows talking and the backs of people's heads talking, or even the device of the movie is Peter Lorre whistling Peter Giant. That becomes like the device by which they find the killer. So the whole movie is about sound. So as a young filmmaker, if you want to learn how to use sound in a movie, that's the movie you see. And because every single shot, like it used to be, you would show an empty frame and it would just be a shot of nothing. But now Fritz Lang is able to juxtapose like the woman who's lost her daughter. She's calling for her daughter. So she's looking for her daughter. Elsa! Elsa! We cut to an empty shot of a stairwell. And you hear her, Elsa! And cut to like, an empty playground. Elsa! And then you see the balloon that she's carrying trapped in something, whipping in the wind. Elsa! And it's super intense. But all he's doing is he's using sound juxtaposed with images, which he couldn't do before. Increasingly just called it yeah, for murder. And this is an amazing. So Kubrick, see, that's a Kubrick shot. This is where you see Elsa or Elsie. I see the one more Elsa. But, well, it's okay. But anyhow, but so Kubrick had his forefathers who he used to watch and he used to look to, and so those would be like my grandparents in a way. And so there's this like lineage of cinematic grammar and vernacular that gets carried on from filmmaker to filmmaker. And eventually, after you've made enough films, you start walking on your own. You start coming up with new ideas. But for me, Stanley Kubrick, John Borman, the guy who directed Excalibur, Book of Glory, Point Blank, Hell in the Pacific, a number of them. I'm such a big fan of John Borman. Some of his ones. If you're a fan of his writing, more than what was that? I have nothing to respect. Yeah, and John Borman and then Roman Polanski. I think those three guys for me and their work, not the guys, but mostly their work. Like, I am a composite. If you watch my movies, I'm a composite of those and other people as well. And those were the filmmakers who come to me. Those were my parents. So Kubrick is certainly such an odd one. His films are so different. And he was a weird guy, too. He did like complex mathematics in his spare time. I keep complex. Nothing wrong with that. No, he's a weird guy, but he's also, I think, thinking 3 steps ahead of everybody at any given moment. I mean, to be honest, I was just thinking, I pulled my script from Eyes Wide Shut. I had a script that was from set, and I was reading it over the weekend, and I saw that it has this, I've known this for a long time, but I started really thinking about it over the weekend. It's missing a narration. It's missing a third person narration that was originally in the movie. That's because the movie was recut and changed after his death. And they will deny it, but as a student of Kubrick, I'm watching the movie and I'm like, oh, Kubrick wouldn't do that. Kubrick wouldn't do that. Kubrick would have trimmed this. I didn't know they would cut it after his death. Okay, so apparently
They finished.
well, that's the party line, but I think that they changed the notes, the inserts of the notes. I think those are changed. It's missing a narration. It's definitely missing a narration. A third person narration. Like that scene where he sees the prostitute who's died at the morgue and he's looking at her. He's like, over her. It's a dead free narration. There's this whole thing. What they do instead is they couldn't say before it finished the movie because they hadn't done the recording of the narrator. So maybe they just kind of crunched it together. Except there's an entire thread that's kind of been squashed in that film, and that's the two men that are throughout the movie that are constantly in the background of the film. Who eventually, in the final shots of the film, you see like Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman in that final scene in the toy store where she's looking at the Rosemary's Baby bassinet. It's totally Kubrick saying something, and they never take their eyes off their daughter until the moment they take their eyes off and the final line of the movie is coming up. You see those two guys walking off with the water. And they're taking her away. They've given their daughter to the pedophile. That's what's happened at the end of the movie. And there's an incident where, when they first screened the movie in England, people who were outside, this is all second. There are people who were outside of the theater who could hear inside the theater Kubrick yelling at all the executives and saying, "You can't cut it! Can't fucking cut my big argument going on. Three guys like 4 days later." So somebody went in and finished the movie, but I think when they finished the movie, they hid. The movie got changed into something else, and I would love to finish that. I'm like, have you ever been to his house? I thought about it, and reading the script over the weekend, I started seriously thinking about it. Like, somebody should recut this, or somebody should. So it's just be a matter of recutting it with narration. Well, yes and no. There's obviously missing. There would be missing footage. It's been removed. And is that acceptable? No. Not unless you crack it open and there's no way and there's the overall thing. Now we have AI. That's I looked at it. I've actually been experimenting a lot with AI. The newer versions of Tricks. I've been working on the demo. The curve is insane. Like the exponential curve. I literally, as I'm working on things, I'll be talking to the guys, and they say, "Well, it'd be nice to be able to do this." Okay, we got that tool launches, so we're going to do it. And so it's like literally whatever you think you can't do, ask us because we probably will be able to do it in a couple of days. And so it's advancing so fast and so rapidly that I, without telling you, I made a little animation version of it. And I have to talk to them. It's kind of fun. There's a version. There's a combination version of both you and me. How bizarre that something that would have cost like hundreds of millions of dollars, if you wanted to do a film, like a pixel type, one of those crazy movies where you have all this like insane animation. That shit took forever. The best work that I've seen of it. Like, it's the first time I've been kind of ignoring AI, and I know what it is. It's computational visuals, and I get it. I understand. We'll see. But I like tactile, and I do. But I Bailiff. I made Bailiff with Levin. And like that was a big, video puppetry cartoon type CGI thing. My original plan for that movie, because I was going to direct it myself, was to make it like, in Iceland, under $10 million, just really dirty. I wanted it to be like like an early Terry Gilliam film, Jabberwocky. That was actually the one I was thinking about. And movie ended up getting really much bigger. Suddenly it was like whatever budget I had was probably a service budget. It was nothing like $100 million movie. It's like sushi every day, champagne, fly the plane to England, whatever you want. It's like it's crazy, but that is definitely not the movie I had planned on making. However, when we made it, and it turned into this big performance capture thing, it was fun. Like working with Zemeckis, and he's such a like insightful, creative genius. And even before you were able to do stuff like what he was doing in that film, he was like constantly taking, like when we made contact, we'll take you that eyebrow off of Jodie Foster. I like that eyebrow thing she does. So put that on this kid. And so he was like messing with her face and doing all sorts of performance stuff. And even when you go back to his earliest stuff, I want to hold your hand. I want to hold your hand is almost a visual trick. Having the evils there but not be there, and he's not using computer graphics. I think he's just a really super inventive guy, and it was so much fun making the movie with him because he was inventing technologies that was 2010 that Jamie movie came out. Available. Let's watch some of that. Well, I want to remember what it looks like. It looks probably like a video game pre-cut scene with just accents face, right? I thought about taking Beowulf and putting it into my system, and then just painting over it. That's fun with no which that's fucking which, by the way, you can do easily. Yeah, easily. I thought about fixing the Beowulf. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a video game cutscene at this point. Yeah, but it was kind of cool because everybody looked like that, not just the monster. Yeah, that was kind of cool about it. I mean, the difference is that this was actual performances, and so we could take Ray Winstone and have him. Ray Winstone doesn't look like that. He looks a little heftier, and fix my arm up. Put my own arm up. It's funny because our original script was much more modest than this. But then Zemeckis was like, "Okay, boys, it costs $1 million a minute. Do whatever you want." Staff were dragging in the horse. Oh no! This movie is kind of it's a little. It's an interesting experience. What happens in this time? They got it. So I was going to make this movie myself. I had set it up initially at Image Movies with Zemeckis producing, and then it fell out. The rights kind of reverted back to me. I had to cover the turnaround on it, but the rights reverted back to me, and I was going to go make the movie myself for nothing. I was trying to set it up, and it was really, I was broke at the time, and I was not going to make money. I had to cover the turnaround expenses myself on the film, which was considerable. But I wanted to make the movie really bad, and I was working on Silent Hill, this other movie I wrote, and I suddenly started getting calls, and it was like the producer of Polar Express, this guy Steve Bing, wanted wanted to buy the script. He's like, I want to buy it for Zemeckis. And I said, too little, too late. I'm making it now. And I kept saying no. And I was working on this film in Canada and was trying to finish it. And here we are, I'm getting calls from agents and CEO, and they're like, Jack Afton, right? Yeah, it was Jack. Actually, yeah, it was Jack. How did you know this stuff? Did I tell you that? Well, no. Well, he was Zemeckis' agent. That's right. That's right. And so I was getting calls. Get shit done. Yeah, he is a guy who gets shit done. Well, I was like, no, 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 and no, I won't. I'm doing it myself. No, no. And Steve Bing, and I said, if another agent calls me, I'm firing the agency. Will you at least meet with the producer? So I went ahead and I met with him. He said, if I don't make this film, I'm going to miss the moment. I'm going to lose the movie. it's going to be over. Just what's your price? Just tell me what's your price. I said, I don't work. He said, listen, I said, what? I make it. Look, why don't you just tell me just discourage me? So then you want me to discourage you? So I started making this shit up every day. I tried to come up with how much money had anybody ever made on a script. Let's add some money to that. I went over the top. Well, that is. And I had grown a beard to make the movie, grew my hair long like a Viking to learn about why Vikings had beard, etc. All that kind of stuff. I'm making the movie. I'm a Viking. I said, well, Roger, that is really discouraging, but we have a deal. And I was like, well, I started driving home. I'd never done anything. I'd never done something for money before. I'd always done it for passion, and when the money came. This is the first time in my life that I'd ever made a choice based on this titanic amount of money, and I didn't understand growth. And I went home and I'd been to check in. I think you guys hear like money. And then Zemeckis invited me into the process, which was really great of him. He really wanted me and to be at his side and collaborating with him, and it was a fabulous experience. But to be honest, I was like, who am I now? What does it all mean? I just gave away something I'd wanted to do my entire life. I've always been chasing this John Borman film, Excalibur. I think it's one of the most beautiful movies ever made about the Arthurian legends. And if you watch Beowulf and Excalibur, they're very similar thematically. And so I was like, who am I now? What does it all mean? You know, I don't even know if I want to make a movie anymore. Like what do I have to tell now that I just completely sold out? And then I was at a dinner, and dinner, and driving home that night, and I was getting somebody who was a bed here, a lift. My wife was in the back seat of the car, and we were. I told my daughter I was going to be home by midnight. We didn't know how dark, and I so I'm speeding. I have a gun, and I'm speeding to get there. Without getting into the details of what happened, I lost control of the car. There was another vehicle that we see. I lost control of the vehicle. I think my tire blew, but I was going into a ditch, and I knew I was into this deep ditch because it was right near my house, full of rocks and stuff. I go in there for a dime, so I turned into the ditch, and I turned away from it, tried to parts come out, and I ended up on the other side of the street where I needed to out that it happened there. Right. Yeah, I was broken there. So I hit the broken point. My passenger took the impact, and my wife was thrown from the car. When I came to, all I could hear was the horn. Hearing that I had glass in my mouth, and I'm injured as well. I climb out of the car and it's dark. It's really dark. But somebody's already arrived next to the Ventura County without even drunk driving guys for those other folks. And he was the first person on the scene. It was right near the fire department. They showed up shortly afterwards. But when I jumped out of the car, I came running around to see what happened. I saw my wife on the asphalt. She was going to the vehicle. And I threw myself onto, onto my knees on the pavement, and I found myself in that moment asking for the one thing that mattered, which was his life. She looked dead. She looked me, and I just, in that moment, I I staggered to come back to life, and I will give anything for life. Just in any form, I'll take it. And in that moment, she came back to life. It was like life came back into it. Okay, it was fucked up scenes. Every passenger was dying in the car. the police are suddenly there. And next thing you know, I'm in jail. And and suddenly you're like, suddenly I found myself in jail.
The more that I think about it, the more that I come to believe that this invention is responsible for the suburbs as we know it. This unassuming little piece of metal, it's called a gang plate or a truss plate. Its job is to fix pieces of wood together at their joints. What's really unique about it, though, is that it can securely connect wood members positioned in almost any angle. With the aid of these plates, houses made of standard 2x4 studs can have multi-floor plans, cathedral ceilings, and complicated roof shapes, all constructed with ease. You may recognize all those three traits as the common features of modern suburban homes, especially the so-called McMansions. This video is supported by construction to an assembly line. Not only did Geray go into business making these plates, he created an entire new operation strategy that delivers finished trusses to the job site. Geray's final hurdle for wide adoption, though, was to get these new plates and technology approved for use in the building code that he used for. So since simply performing better, the case was pretty simple. By the early 1960s, the plates were approved for use in building code in a section on wood construction for trusses. By the 1970s, pre-manufactured trusses became the norm in suburban residential construction. And this impacted the design of how houses looked and functioned. You can probably spot the difference between a house built in the 1940s and the 1970s. You might not attribute them to the truss construction, though. So let's look a little bit more closely to see how those add up. First, trusses make it more difficult to occupy the space that's underneath of a sloped roof. So attics become less common once trusses are adopted. This was often offset with storage in the basement or in large garages like you see in this one, depending on the regional building practices. Another feature is that you can have a deeper floor plan without the need for multiple roof slopes, because the truss can span further with smaller pieces of wood. The higher strength to weight ratio also means that it can span the entire width of the house without the need for any internal support walls. All the weight of the roof is carried down through the outer walls. Since these exterior walls are carrying the majority of the load, they might be built with larger wood members, maybe 2x6s instead of the standard 2x4s. That just gives more space for the insulation to occupy. Meanwhile, there are no interior walls that bear the weight of the roof. So let's say you want larger spaces on the first floor with a series of smaller bedrooms on the top. That's more difficult to do with the older system, where the internal walls probably carry the weight of the room. The walls of the bedrooms may need to align and carry down that weight down to the first floor. But when these don't take any of that weight, the floors work completely independently. The first floor can be completely open, while the second has lots of walls in it. While you might not know that all these features are made possible using trusses, you can probably just feel the difference in the openness or the lack of attics and things like that. But of course, these are all just a small price to pay for all of the benefits. Then, during the 1980s, things started to take a bit of a turn. Home builders started to become the main characters, and they recognized that larger homes were more profitable than the smaller ones. They started to prioritize size and complexity over things like quality and sustainability. And at this time, homes started to shift to become more of an investment vehicle than just a place to live. At the same time, the oil crisis eased and financial markets moved in the wake of new technologies. There was more money, cheaper gas, and an incentive to build big, often by the people who weren't even planning to live inside of these homes. I think it's no coincidence that the company that Geray founded, it was among the first to use computer-aided design for building components. They bought a $1 million room-sized computer to calculate the truss forces and designs. It was a good thing too, because they're about to get crazy. Enter the McMansion. McMansions. A McMansion. McMansions. When people here are calling a McMansion, these things are built even further away from cities. They took all of those things that we discussed as being features of the 1970s homes that we attributed to the truss and exaggerated them. Huge, complicated, often uninhabitable roofs, along with sprawling open floor plans. The multitude of roof peaks everywhere became almost a caricature of a house, a supersized symbol of excess. When I view these in this lens, I think that these houses almost look like they're specifically designed to showcase what trusses and gangnam plates made possible. Just look at how many trusses are out there. That's probably what these two dudes are talking about. Trusses also make cathedral ceilings affordable through something called a scissor truss. Imagine the bottom part of the truss angling upward like an open pair of scissors. Even those gigantic foyers that we associate with these kinds of buildings became possible because of the truss plates. So here's the big irony. The invention that's meant to make homes stronger and more efficient also played a huge role in creating less sustainable living patterns. Instead of pocketing the savings that the truss plates offer, our houses will learn to fill the gap, using even more energy and materials in the end. It shifted our homes from the handcrafted to the mass-produced, from the unique to the uniform. It stretched our cities outward, consumer landscapes, and altering our ecosystems. It changed how we interact with all sorts of things, just like our homes, our neighbors, and our environment, and not always for the better. It is crazy to me that an invention for our roofs could lead to such a wide array of unintended consequences. If we just look that the open floor plans do facilitate interaction between family members, but that comes at the cost of added stress, as everyone is exposed to noise and activity all the time. While open spaces make it easier to be together, they also make it more difficult for individuals to withdraw for solitude or to feel like they have any control over their individual environments. Shared spaces also just tend to accumulate clutter, contributing to the feelings of disorganization and stress overall. And if psychological trauma isn't enough, by the 2000s, rapid home construction, accelerated by the efficiencies that were made possible by the truss plate, contributed to overproduction in the housing market. The trend towards larger homes increased household debt, while the construction surge contributed to this misguided perception that homes were just going to increase in values forever. Berkshire Hathaway purchased Geraint's company in 2001, and 7 years later, the housing market collapsed, and Berkshire Hathaway became the company that bailed everyone out and pocketed billions. So look, I am not blaming the last 60 years of suburban sprawl, aesthetic erosion, and the biggest economic meltdown since the Great Depression solely on Calvin Geraint and his trust plate. But sometimes it's hard to untangle cause and effect, and we start wanting open floor plans and elaborate roofs just because they became possible. Or was the trust fulfilling some innate desires that we had for our homes that just wouldn't have been feasible before? Was the
I find myself guilty of manslaughter, and something that is absolutely irreversible happening, which is, someone lost their life at my hand. And so after that, I found myself doing time, and suddenly everything that had come was gone. But everything that I had made, gone. It all went, out.
All that money you made?
All to the settlement. It didn't have time to spend it. It didn't even have time to register that it was there. It was gone. It was like it was not real. And then you find yourself and 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 suddenly everything is gone. Career is gone. Everybody stops calling. It's full. To hit film doesn't matter. It's all full. In fact, it was right in the middle of the publicity. It was just toward the end of it. It was it's the most horrible thing that has ever happened. And I um, and I found myself then alone in jail, incarcerated, um, alone with my remorse and regret, and really getting existential about things. Really like coming to appreciate, you know, simple existence is the best thing in the world. It's people don't appreciate what we have. You don't appreciate it until it's gone. Right? Can like, first of all, we live in life. My wife is horribly injured, and it has been a decade to sort of not just rebuild our lives, to for her to come back to health. Um, because I would do anything to reverse that, to reverse what happened. I would give anything. And I don't say this lightly, but I'm kind of grateful as well. Because I was like asleep walking through life. And it wasn't until that happened that I completely like everything. It was like my third eye. I don't do anything. So I, once you've been incarcerated and you've been deprived of everything and you have a lot of time to think, existential, you come out of that, at least I came out of that experience, and I looked at a tree and I was like, never not feel this this appreciation for flat. You know, to be able, like, when you're in prison, to be able to pet a cat, for example, it's so simple. It's such a nothing thing. You can, to be able to pet an animal is like the simplest thing to get. When I was in jail, it was also a little bit like comedy. You know, you get people walking in circles and trying to control the outside. So you start really seeing human behavior up front. I mean, when I was in jail, they're literally during the Academy Awards, it's on the TV in the tank. And I'm watching him win, like, for Django. I'm like, so while Quentin is like at the height, I'm pretty much a watching the bars. And not only that, but Greg Shapiro, who produced the Rules of Attraction, for me, my producer, human music, he was Robert Hodges, right? Produced and followed. He won for Zero Dark Thirty. And so I'm like there, like to be taken from one point where you feel like you're at the top, and you're like, oh, you think you understand this. No. But in that moment, I was sitting on the outside of my life, came up to life. I immediately knew what I had to say after that. It was like whatever whatever cynicism I had had, you know, about the movie and not making it, it just went away. It evaporated. It evaporated. Um, and the ecstatic experiences, I mean, were ecstatic that I had in jail were like when you see things and it's real. When you see somebody, get hanged by their cell, in a cell, um, or when you know that, when that El Salvadorian MS-13 hitman guy, he's going to kill him. He's going to kill him in the yard. I'll go lock myself in myself. Literally, I'll go lock myself. You do something because you know shit is going to go down. And so, like that was like every day. And so suddenly, you know, and also you really know who stands with you after something horrible happens. Like John Langman, our customer from Video Archives, ended up being like when I said, when I was in jail, going through my
At this time, George Cities, national security,
There we go. Thank you, Yo-Yo. I was about to flip shit. Uh-oh. WTF happened here? Yo, dog.